when he had his limited contact with those children. So I'm not going to sit here and say that he would be a bad father, he could be a bad father, that he did anything wrong except waiting. My answer to your question is no, not that I'm aware of, Your Honor, but I think that just that waiting is the problem here, because if he truly had his children's best interests in mind, his alleged children, he should have filed this and ensured and not allowed them to continue developing and bonding. He should have asserted his right earlier. But no, there is nothing in the record that I'm aware of that shows he was neglectful or abusive or engaged in any inappropriate conduct. And there's just two other citations I want to point out to the court that I think are relevant here. In Stone, the court said, in making any of the above determinations, it would be appropriate for the circuit court to consider the impact of its order on the existing family, if there be one, or the existence of an already established parent-child relationship. If the putative father's intrusion into the family or into an established parent-child relationship would cause undue disruption and thus jeopardize the child's proper development, the court could consider that as a basis for denying relief. I think that applies directly here. There's an established parent-child relationship. This would be an intrusion into the family. It would cause disruption and jeopardize the child's development. And I also think I think that case, or that language applies directly here and should be considered that the lower court made the right decision just based on that. And finally, in In Re Brandon L.E., 183 West Virginia 113, 1990, the court said, in cases where, this was before Stone, but I think this is still good law. I didn't find anything to the otherwise. In cases where a child has been in one home for a substantial period, his environment and sense of security should not be disturbed without a showing of significant benefit to him. I don't think there's anything shown except, hey, I know who my biological father is. What would be the benefit to these children to shifting them out of this established home that they have? So I think the majority of all these citations, of a lot of the cases that have been cited, all say children's best interest. If there's an established home, we don't want to interrupt that except for a very, very good reason. And I don't believe that's the case here. Your Honor, so today we would ask that, Your Honors, today we would ask that this court affirm the lower court's decision, because these children should be allowed to remain in their home, in their stable home, because that is in their best interest. Thank you.
Hear from the guardian.
May it please the court, my name is Timothy Prentice. I'm the guardian ad litem for the subject children. And I thank the court for allowing oral arguments in this case. I do think it has some factors that are unique and should be more thoroughly flushed out by the court. And having said that, I think that there's no doubt, and I think the arguments so far have shown, that there's a clear tension between the rights of the subject children and the rights of the appellant putative father. I think that clearly the mother has dirty hands, if you will, in the sense that she did not always act above board, that she broke the marital contract by having this relationship with the putative father, and that it has resulted in potentially the birth of these two children. That's not the children's fault. There is, to my way of thinking, only one set of individuals in this case that really have absolutely no inequity in their position, and that's the children. They didn't do anything wrong. They have a stable home, albeit the marriage has good years and bad years, as the record clearly shows. At this point, it seems it's a stable relationship. They seem to be doing well, And to the children in this case, the putative father is a stranger to them. And what he's asking is to uproot these children from that stable home, have them establish a relationship, although the appellant would probably say reestablished as it pertains to the older child. But nevertheless, I don't think that the child, given his tender age, the oldest child, never understood what Mr. N's position was, or in other words, I agree with Mr. Fluhart. Mr. N may have had a relationship with the children. I don't believe that the children are.
Excuse me, counsel, please don't use last names in this case, like I cautioned.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I said N. I didn't know if I'd.
You did.
Okay. In any event,
Counsel, is there, and I really do value and appreciate the work that guardians do. Is there anything in this case, in your working with these two, obviously very young individuals, is there any additional tests or evaluation or indication that they are of mental or emotional status that they may not be able to handle well the potential issues that arise if the putative father was allowed to do as requested and have a paternity test and establish that he's a parent?
Justice Jenkins, I don't believe there's any circumstance peculiar to these children that would make that any more so than any other children of their age.
And you, in your role as a guardian, again, I appreciate the input that you believe that it's at this point in time a stable home and a positive environment. In your your analysis, what is your ability to think prospectively the 6 months, 6 years down the road if this resorts back to what has happened in the early years? Do you factor in the possibilities in determining best interest of the child based on what has happened in the past and the propensity to have it happen again? Or are you just looking at this snapshot in time to say things look good now and let's not upset the apple cart?
Your Honor, although it's speculative, I've tried to do the best I can to foretell the future as best. It's a risky business.
How's that going?
But I do think that the family has gotten over predominantly. I would think that in my discussions with Mr. M, that there's still hurt that arose from the circumstance, but I think that the family's gotten past that to a large extent. I think when this case is concluded, that will also help get them past this. What I worry about is if the court concludes that Mr. N.
Will the House please come to order? Those persons not having privilege of the floor will please vacate the chamber at this time, and all members and guests in the galleries will please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Pastor Chris Skeens, guest of the gentleman of the 12th, Doug Westfall.
Let us pray. Our dear gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this wonderful day. We believe, Lord, that you have called us together for such a time as this. And we are gathered here today for purposes, Lord, that are greater than ourselves. And so, Heavenly Father, we ask you, Lord, that you will guide us with that wisdom from your fixed precepts that will tender our hearts and bring peace into the atmosphere of this room. We call this, Lord, our house. And we ask you to dwell here, O Lord. Dwell among us in these spaces, at these tables. Be present in the work that's done here. Be present, Heavenly Father, and your Spirit inhabit this house. Make it a sanctuary where hearts and lives are knit together. May this, our house, be a harbor of anchorage and refuge, a haven from which we journey. May it be a garden of nourishment for our state, for where our roots go very deep, as sang in our beloved song, Our Prince Emmanuel's Land, West Virginia. These things we pray in Christ's name. Amen.
Amen. All members and guests will please remain standing as we are led in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning by the gentleman in the 12th Doggett Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will all the guests and the members please, I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All members and guests may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
Journal of the House of Delegates, Charleston, Monday, February 10th, 2020.
The gentleman to 39th, Doggett Bartlett.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
The gentleman to 39th, Delegate Bartlett, asks unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Lady from the 49th for an update on the calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From special calendar to House calendar today, House Bill 4455. From House calendar to special calendar, committee substitute for Senate Bill 46, 470, 487, 500, and 501. Those are on third reading, House calendar to special calendar. Senate Bill 321 and committee substitute for Senate Bill 532 on second reading from House calendar to special calendar. If you'll recall, we moved some of those Senate bills off on Friday when we were going to have the bad weather. We're moving those back. Thank you.
Introduction of guests. The gentleman to 34th, Doggett Boggs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy today to welcome some friends of from Gilmer County. So on your behalf, Mr. Speaker, as well as a lady from the 52nd, they're in the West Gallery, and if they would stand when I call their name, please. It's Pat and Ann Nestor, Dixie Moyers, Sharon Moyers, Chester Scholes, Cody Moore, and Rick and Alice SYPOLT. And I think Rick and Alice may be over in the Senate. They may have other reasons to be in the Senate today, but if you would make these wonderful Farm Bureau members welcome.
The lady in the 32nd, Doggett Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have a very special guest. We have a former member of this House and a close friend of mine, Woody Ireland, if the House would make him welcome.
The gentleman, the 28th, Doggett Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today's a special day for me because I happen to be a farmer. But today is Farm Bureau Day here at the Capitol, and I would like all the Farm Bureau members in the galleries, all three galleries, to please stand. Farm Bureau members. And now, one more thing. All the Farm Bureau members in the House of Delegates, please stand. If you're a Farm Bureau member in the House of Delegates, please remain standing. Thank you very much for being here. One further announcement, Mr. Speaker, is tonight at 6 o'clock we're going to have the Taste of West Virginia there. You don't have to watch their diet tonight. You can eat what you want. There is no cholesterol at all in anything raised in West Virginia. Guaranteed no fat. And I'll bet you'll find very little sugar if you happen to be a diabetic. So come out, all the delegates and folks, come out to that Taste of West Virginia tonight. Thank you very much.
The gentleman, the 56th, Doggett Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my Fraser Singleton intern for the week, Griffin Bradley. He's a junior at West Virginia University and native of Parkersburg. He's a political science major with an emphasis on American policy and plans to go to graduate school to pursue a master's degree in public administration and political science. He plans to pursue a career in political consulting and legislative analysis. Please make him feel welcome.
The gentleman from the 28th, Doggett Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Cooper, Delegate Campbell, Delegate Lavender Bow, and myself in the South Gallery, we have members from the Monroe and Greenbrier Farm Bureau. If they would stand when I call their name: Dawn Dransfield, Rod Graves, Woody Hanna, and Jim Gore, who, by the way, raises as fine a ear of corn as one will ever eat. If the House would please make them welcome.
The gentleman, the 27th, Dr. Porterfield.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe in the North Gallery we have Mr. Paul and Mrs. Nancy Canterbury. I think they are here for Farm Bureau Day. Paul is also a member of our local Mercer County Republican Committee. I would like them to please stand, as well as any other members from the Farm Bureau from Mercer County. Thank you, and would the House please make them feel welcome.
The lady in the 52nd, Dr. SYPOLT.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also have a couple of Farm Bureau members from Preston County. I believe they're in the rear gallery, and I don't have all their names, but if Preston County Farm Bureau would stand, and we'll make them welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 11th, Dr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have paging with us Kyan Douglas. He's from Roane County High School, and if he'd please stand, I think he's running around here. So, and if his mother would please stand, Sherry Fields Roberts, and his father, Doug Douglas. Please make them welcome.
The gentleman the 13th, Dr. Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two announcements. First and foremost, the gentleman who led us in prayer this morning, Chris Skeens, if you'd please stand. He is originally from my district in Ravenswood, West Virginia, one of the most beautiful cities in the state. And so if you would please make him feel welcome. And also, my intern for the week is Lainey Craig from Concord. Lainey is studying political science and wants to become an attorney one day. I told her that was a bad idea. And wants to work in the agricultural industry. If you'd please make her feel welcome.
The gentleman 44th, Dr. HANNA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have a page joining me from wonderful Webster County, Glade Elementary. Ava Snyder, if she would please stand. She's escorted today by Laura Snyder, her mother. And today is also Ava's birthday, and her mother told me it was her only wish today to come to the Capitol and page for us. So if the House would make her feel welcome.
The gentleman the 45th, Doug Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I have a page with us. Her name is Sophia Land, so she'll stand and everyone make her feel welcome. Also, I have my assessor, Dusty Zickafus from Upshur County, if you'll stand. Brian Godet, my circuit clerk. Neva Moss. And also, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorary Secretary of State Award Program is hosted by our Secretary of State and supported by our county clerks. The Jennings-Randolph Award is named for the U.S. Senator Jennings-Randolph of West Virginia, who is considered the father of the 26th Amendment that reduced the voting age to 18. The Jennings-Randolph Award is presented to those West Virginia high schools who registered at least 85% of their eligible students to vote. The 2019-20 school year marks the 26th anniversary of the award. In the last 3 years, more than 43,000 high school students have been in West Virginia, have registered to vote. An honorary Secretary of State is a high school student who had a leadership role in his or her high school becoming a Jennings-Randolph Award-winning school. The recognition is limited to just 2 students for each high school that earns an award. Mr. Speaker, in the gallery today with Secretary of State Mac Warner are 2 high school seniors who have earned the title of Honorary Secretary of State for leading the student body to register 100% of the eligible students to vote. I would ask for each of today's special guests to stand as I read their names: Maya Ramos and Morgan Goodman from Buchanan Upshur High School. If everyone will stand and make them feel welcome. Thank you very much.
The gentleman the 7th, Dr. Barnhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I've got several distinguished guests to recognize today. First of all, serving as pages from St. Mary's High School, we have James Heflin, Allison Amos, Ethan Weichert, and Amy Chambers. And I would ask that they please stand and that their chaperones, their parents, please stand and have the House make them feel welcome. And also, I was going to introduce him, but the gentlelady from Fayette already got him. We have Mr. Woody Ireland here with us, a dear friend of mine, a good role model to me in the political arena, and I just want to thank him for his advocacy for the Farm Bureau and for the people of Ritchie County, and make him feel welcome again, please. Thank you.
The gentleman, the sixth, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Upshur County read the Secretary of State's program award wording that I was going to use as well. So I'm going to skip ahead of that and just say that these children who do this are engaged. And what they're doing is causing the next generation of voter to come forward. And we need to really be supportive of that, and we need to thank them. And today in the North Gallery are two students from my district, Creed Ammons and Jonas Glover, if they would stand up. Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, you'll have to indulge me because I think I'm going to have to introduce almost everyone from Tyler County here now. So accompanying them is our new school superintendent, Shane Hiley, Tyler County Principal Kent Yoho, Tyler County Commissioner Eric Vincent, Mike Smith, also a commissioner, Commission President, Mr. John Stender, Sheriff of Tyler County, Mr. Brian Waggle, and from the Tyler County Clerk's Office, Sarah Smith, and Jonas's mother, Amy Glover, and also Deanna Ammons, who's Creed's mother. Would they stand, and would the House please give them a hand? And, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't introduce our Farm Bureau people who are here today. If they would stand, it's Larry Hadley, Dorman Ash, Sarah Ingram Souls, and David Snively. And Mr. Speaker, the First Lady of my house, my wife, Jan Kelly, if the House would make her feel welcome.
The gentleman, the 42nd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Lavender Bowe and I, we have pages today from Greenbrier County. If they will stand or wave when I call their name. Brody Hamrick, William Vickers, who goes by W, and some of y'all can figure out why he was named that. Riley Carver, Caden Carver, Madeline Johnson. Also in the West Gallery, they're brought here today by their parents, Matt and Christy Carver, if they'll stand, Jeff and Ashley Vickers, Hillary Hamrick, and Rebecca Legg. Will the House please make them welcome?
The gentleman, the 51st, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, we're joined by a former member today, Phil Eisner. If he would please stand, and if the House would please give him a warm welcome.
Gentleman, the 50th, Delegate Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegates Caputo and Longstreth, we have some guests in our South Gallery, some educators. If they would please stand, Josh Dobbs, Jamie Ford, Miriam Straka, Tanisha Amos, and Keith Strake. They are here with the students of East Fairmont High School and the Beekeepers Club. So if they would all stand and let the House make you feel welcomed.
The gentleman, the 19th, Delegate Hicks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the delegates in Wayne County and Kanawha County, I'd like to announce that we have special people with us today. And that first person I'd like to introduce is Tracy Hanna, who is with the State Building and Trades Organization. And Tracy has brought along two carpenters, Tracy Hanna and Mike Breedlove and Will Finley, both from Wayne and Kanawha County. And they're affiliated with Carpenters Local Union 439 out of Charleston. House, make them a hearty welcome.
Gentleman on the 24th, Dr. Tomblin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and Delegate Rodriguez, I'd like to welcome some pages we have here today. And if they'd rise when I announce their name: Maddie Arthur, Macy Evans, John Osborne, Taylor Ward, Kaylee Julius, Zoe Browning, Jason Lusk, and Gavin Klein. And in the South Gallery, they're escorted by their school counselor, Dana Evans, and some parents. If they would rise, and everybody give them a warm welcome. Thank you.
Are there further introductions this morning? If not, then report to standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration House Bill 4155 relating generally to the regulation of plumbers. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4693, expanding the scope of the Veterans to Agriculture program. Reports the same back with its title amended, with the recommendation that it do pass and that it be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4180 relating to the seed certification program within the Department of Agriculture. Reports the same back with amendment, with the recommendation that it do pass as amended and that it be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 2151 relating to the beginning and expiration of hunting and fishing licenses. Reports the same back with amendment, with the recommendation that it do pass as amended and that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4537, establishing a study conducted by the Division of Natural Resources on the Upper Mud River Lake. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass and that it be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources has had under consideration House Bill 4523, removing the limitation of number of apprentice hunting and trapping licenses a person may purchase, and House Bill 4634, Southern West Virginia Lake Development Study Commission Act. Reports the same back with the recommendation that they each do pass and that they be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had under consideration House Bill 3060, amending the definition of mortgage loan originator. Reports the same back with amendment, with the recommendation that it do pass as amended and that it be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had under consideration House Bill 4406, relating to the reproduction of checks and other records. Reports the same back with amendment, with recommendation that it do pass as amended.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Fire Departments and Emergency Medical Services has had under consideration House Bill 4558, creating a personal income tax credit for volunteer firefighters in West Virginia. Reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass and that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4454, authorizing an order of restitution to the state for reimbursement of costs incurred for a misuse of public funds. reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended and that it be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The report will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had it in consideration House Bill 4513, increasing the replacement costs required of a person causing injury or death of game or protected species. Reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 300, updating certain terms in West Virginia Corporation Net Income Tax Act, and Senate Bill 310, updating certain terms used in West Virginia Personal Income Tax Act. Reports the same back with recommendation that they each do pass.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Finance has had under consideration Senate Bill 170, alleviating double taxation on foreign income at state level. Reports the same back with amendment with the recommendation that it do pass as amended.
The report will be received.
Your Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4217, Department of Environmental Protection Ambient Air Quality Standards. Reports back to committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
The report will be received. Are there further reports of standing committees? If not, reports of select committees. Message from the executive.
Delegate Hanshaw, Mr. Speaker, presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on February 10th, 2020, he approved committee substitute for Senate Bill 323.
The message will be received. Are there further messages from the executive? If not, the message from the Senate.
The clerk of the Senate, not the Senate, has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 96, prohibiting municipalities from limiting persons' rights to possess certain weapons.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Political Subdivisions and the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 195, updating powers of personal representatives of deceased persons' estate.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 266, clarifying and updating language regarding Fairmont State alumni license plates.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Technology and Infrastructure, then the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 275, creating Intermediate Court of Appeals.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary, then the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 573, supplementing, amending, and increasing appropriations of public monies for claims against state.
For what purpose? The message will be received. For what purpose does the gentleman of the 16th, Delegate Hornbuckle, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. Another delegate hit my button.
The next message from the Senate. That's a crime if it votes. Next message from the Senate. Did we not do it? Senate Bill 573 will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 576 relating to management of public records.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Government Organization.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 600 creating special revenue account designated Military Authority Fund.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Finance.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 665 requiring persons convicted of certain crimes on or after March 8, 1995 provide DNA samples.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 670, amending service of process on non-resident persons or corporate entities.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 676, permitting fees from child abuse registry be used for information technology support costs.
The message will be received. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the bill be taken up for immediate consideration, dispense with the committee reference, and read a first time.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that committee substitute for Senate Bill 676 be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and the bill be read a first time. Does the chair hear objection? The chair hears no objection. The clerk will read the bill a first time.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 676, permitting fees from child abuse registry be used for information technology support costs.
Bill will be advanced to second reading.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 678, waiving fines and fees for competing Getting Over Addicted Lifestyles Successfully program.
The message will be received and the bill will be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
The Senate has adopted Senate Concurrent Resolution 29 requesting the DEA and the USDA promulgate rule allowing state to take custody of certain cannabis plants for testing on lowering THC levels in processed hemp.
The message will be received and the resolution will be referred to the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, then the Committee on Rules. Are there further Senate messages? If not, then resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 74, United States Army Private First Class Roger Lee Carpenter Memorial Bridge.
Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and that each resolution be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
The lady from the 49th asked unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with and each resolution be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? Chair hears no objections. Petitions? Motions? The gentleman of the 30th, Douglas Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Rule 100, having the appropriate jurisdiction over the subject matter relating to constitutional issues and the First Amendment, under Rule 77, I move that committee substitute for House Bill 4069 be recommitted to the Commission on the Judiciary.
The gentleman of the 30th, Douglas Bates, moves that committee substitute for House Bill 4069 be committed a first time to the Committee on Judiciary. Correct? Okay. The question before the House then is the motion by the gentleman of the 30th that committee substitute for House Bill 4069 be committed to the Committee on Judiciary. This is a debatable motion. Is there discussion? The gentleman of the 30th, Douglas Bates, as the maker of the motion, is recognized to speak first if he so chooses. The gentleman of the 66th, Douglas Espinosa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of inquiry, what's the posture of this legislation? This legislation is on third reading today, am I correct?
The gentleman is correct.
So the purpose of the effect of the gentleman's motion, if adopted, would be to take that off of third reading and send it to committee, as I understand, to the Judiciary Committee.
The gentleman is correct. The chair will give a more precise answer to the gentleman's question. The bill is on third reading with an amendment pending.
Thank you. So if it is the desire of the body to proceed with consideration of that amendment pending and proceed with voting on the measure, we would vote against the gentleman's motion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
The gentleman of the 3rd, Douglas FLUHARTY. A gentleman from the 50th has raised a point of order that does take precedence over debate. Gentleman will proceed.
Just a brief inquiry. If the motion by the gentleman from the 30th would pass and the bill was committed to judiciary, would it come, if it passed muster up here, would it come back down on third reading?
It would not. It would come back on second.
It would come back on second reading?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
The gentleman of the 3rd, Douglas FLUHARTY.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speak to the motion.
Yes, gentleman's recognized. Proceed.
I appreciate the gentleman from the 66 concerns, but we do know one thing. Judiciary meets a lot. So it wouldn't be hard for us to take up this bill quickly. And as we heard from the debate yesterday, there are major constitutional issues about this bill per the discussion and amendment process that we had yesterday. And due to that, I think these constitutional concerns should be brought up on the Judiciary Committee so we can thoroughly explore them as the rules permit and as I will argue require based upon the jurisdiction of the committees that we have. So based upon the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee, I believe this bill does deserve and warrant being committed to judiciary and would support the gentleman's motion. Thank you.
The gentleman of 27th, Douglas Ellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To speak against the gentleman's motion.
Gentleman's recognized. Proceed.
All right. This bill is substantially similar, verbatim in most cases, to federal guidance on First Amendment rights and religious liberties. What it does require is that everything has to be neutral, and it also has a disclaimer. The only parts of this bill that are not discussed in that are the models that would be adopted by the districts. That's the only thing that would leave any debate. Everything else is pretty much verbatim to federal and Supreme Court rulings. And that was cleared by our counsel, and we did not feel that it needed to go back to go over to judiciary for that reason. So I would vote against the gentleman's motion.
The gentleman, the 67th, Doug Doyle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the motion. I'm on education. The bill came through, and I thought at the time it really ought to be given a second reference to judiciary, given the nature of the topic that the bill covered. So I support the motion.
Do other members wish to speak to the adoption of the motion? The gentleman of 36, Doug Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, support the motion. I point out that in the way that it works in here is that when a committee has view of a bill, there's 25 members who see it before it comes to the floor. When we have a single reference bill, that's all there are who have had pre-knowledge or an opportunity to amend a bill. We commonly have double references, not to kill bills or to slow them down, but to make sure that we have at least half of the body know about the bill before it comes out. In this case, there are very serious constitutional issues because it's very clear that forums have to be established in all schools. Now, you get the sense that you're reading about only high school. That is not the case. All schools would be affected. So any student to speak in the 5th grade in Kanawha County would perhaps be subject to these rules. The county board, how in the world are they going to apply the requirements of this bill to grade schools and to middle schools? Because it says that that students in the highest 2 levels of the school are the ones who would be allowed to speak at public forums. Well, what are the public forums? I mean, when you read the bill, it's really difficult to understand what they're talking about. They're talking about pep rallies. The bill specifically speaks to pep rallies. This covers absolutely every event in school day. How are the school boards going to be, and the principals and the teachers going to be able to deal with this? Now, the constitutional issues that judiciary is very uniquely skilled at reviewing involve what we do whenever there's religious speech or prayer in a grade school. Now, the courts have not been very kind to laws that would have any impact on grade school children because the parents are the ones who should control the religious education of their children. And any time that a school directs or authorizes school prayer, the Supreme Court has thrown it out. And for good reason, because we dearly must protect the parental right to control the religious education of children. Now, you know, whenever they're in high school, there's a little bit more room. The bill does some good things. It affirms that religious clubs are allowed. That should be. That people have an individual right to their own religious expression. That's true. But whenever you have an organized school function and you have the school student selection process that's envisioned in here for events not graduation, the only one that they speak of as being a student in a position of honor who would be allowed to apply and be eligible to speak at a forum like a pep rally or the opening or closing of schools. The only one that they name are captains of football teams. Now, it says that they can select other people who might be in a position of honor, and there is another section in the bill that refers to student council, homecoming kings and queens, and different folks like that. But there's a noticeable lack of academic excellence being a part of the required position of honor that would be allowed for the student who would be able to speak. The bill also, just in the way it works, I can't make out what the student form is.
The lady has identified a point of order. Would the lady state the point?
Mr. Speaker, are we debating the bill or the motion?
The lady does raise a valid point of order. The question before the House is the motion to refer committee substitute for House Bill 4069 to the Committee on Judiciary. That motion does permit some limited debate into the merits of the underlying bill. Chair will give members latitude to exercise that right under the rules, but the lady's point is well taken to the extent that the motion is on the motion to refer. Gentleman may proceed.
And I'm properly cautioned, but these are what judiciary deals with every day. They meet all the time and they deal with these very issues. This sort of detail is a part and parcel of what judiciary does. And also the reference to judiciary will add 25 more people who will understand what the bill is about. There are all kinds of complications in this bill, and many of them are constitutional. Whenever you consider that you're introducing and requiring school boards to come up with public forums where religious expression will be allowed and there's no right to respond, like if somebody gives a religious expression that they think that a certain act is religiously condemned, there's no right of a student to respond and say, no, that's discriminatory. We just have to live with whatever the student has said. I think that it opens up a can of worms, and it's difficult. Judiciary is the place for this bill to clean up a lot of the provisions, like making sure that it only applies to high schools so that we don't interfere with the education of children in the younger grades. So I'd urge the members to refer the bill to judiciary, and let's get this right.
The lady in the 51st, Dr. Fleischauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also support the gentleman's amendment. First Amendment does apply to schools, both parts, both the religion and the speech part, but I've never heard of a limitation on the First Amendment that would require that you be in a position of honor. And I'm just wondering if passage of this bill could open up litigation to all of our school boards that try to implement it. I do think that judiciary is the proper place to think about potential liability, to think about appropriate regulation of speech in schools. There has been a lot of litigation over the years about the First Amendment in schools, and I think we need to look at that litigation and examine it. That's the kind of thing that judiciary has a number of attorneys with experience in constitutional law should be doing, and I think it's normal to refer a bill like this to judiciary, and it could be very, very helpful. There could be tweaks that wouldn't be very large that would allow this bill to proceed, but I think right now it puts school boards in jeopardy and maybe even the state in jeopardy. So I would urge another 50 eyes have a look at this bill, and especially the eyes of the attorney, and that the gentleman's motion be approved.
Do other members wish to speak to the adoption of the motion? The gentleman of 32nd, Doug Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge rejection of this amendment, or this motion. You know, our constituents want this bill. It's now on third reading. It has all gone, this motion wasn't made first reading or second reading. Now it's on third reading. And our chairman has advised that this has been passed by on the federal level, by and large. It is an education bill, and it did go through the appropriate committee, and it was well vetted in education. And this is something that our constituents want and need, and if you read the bill, it does have clarity. If you heard some of the comments today, people claiming that it is confusing or vague or anything like that, but then in the same breath talks about all the specificity that is in this bill. I think it's a good bill, and I would urge rejection of the gentleman's motion.
The gentleman to 36, Dr. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the gentleman from the 32nd's comments. There are very technical things in this bill. It's very obvious that this is something, as he states, his constituents want, his constituents need. I'd like to tell you about bills that don't get enough review, don't get looked at well enough, and have a flaw. Small flaw in a bill, bad title reference, something of that sort. You know what your constituents get if that bill they really wanted and they really needed have one of those flaws? They don't get that bill. Now, this session, for some reason, we've gotten in a hurry. We single referenced a lot of bills. We know, I pointed out just the other day that GovOrg has 2 strikes. They have 2 bills that we sent over to the Senate for them to fix our problems. I would like to remind the body that the Senate is not here to fix our mistakes. They aren't here to do what we didn't feel like we had time to do, that we just kick it over there and let them fix it for us. Now, this morning, we're in Judiciary. We had a bill in front of us this morning that we were taking out a section of code, 1 line. It was actually half of a line of text that could have cost the state of West Virginia $250 million. Now, this bill is 8 pages long. I'm not speaking against the bill. The issue in this bill is not the case that we're talking about now. The case is, have we given enough due diligence to this issue to be sure there are no problems, that the governor will have to veto the bill, that the Senate will kill the bill because we didn't think it through clearly enough. The idea here is to give this bill 2 more days. 2 more days. It can be on the Committee of Judiciary Thursday morning, and we send it right back to the floor. It's passed by Friday. And the gentleman from 30 Seconds constituents will have this bill moving to the Senate by the end of the week. Or we vote for it today, only 1 committee got to see it, and we make sure that there might be a couple flaws, there might be some corrections needed, like most of the bills that come out of GovOrg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the gentleman's motion.
Do other members wish to speak to the adoption of the motion? Does the gentleman wish to close debate on the motion?
Just very briefly, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think my colleagues have made all the arguments that are necessary to compel us to vote yes on this motion. I'm a lover of this process. I think when the system works, it works very, very well. And when 50 eyes have looked at a bill before it comes to the floor, I think it's very efficient. I also rely on my colleagues, and I'm not trying to give you more work, Mr. Chairman, and I'm non-judiciary, and I thank you for that, but I rely on my colleagues that are attorneys to look at these things and help me make decisions about how I vote, because I just don't work in that area. If we were talking about delivering babies, I would be fully confident that all the First Amendment and constitutional issues were taken care of by my friend from Mercer, but I would prefer my other friend from Mercer and his attorney and his committee to take a look at that so I could support the bill and vote for the bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for support for the motion.
The question before the House is the adoption of the motion by the gentleman the 30th that committee substitute for House Bill 4069 be referred to the Committee on Judiciary. Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will please say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Noes have it, and the motion is lost. Bills introduced.
House Bill 4791, altering the definition of a specialty contractor under the West Virginia Contractor Licensing
Lady
Act.
the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system.
The lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent that further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and that each bill be considered as having been formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Unfinished business. Bills on 3rd reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 46, defining pepper spray and exempting from definition of deadly weapons.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 46 allows a person over the age of 16 to carry up to 1 ounce of pepper spray in the state capitol complex. It also defines the terms pepper spray and exempts pepper spray from the definition of a deadly weapon. Pepper spray is defined as a temporarily disabling aerosol that causes irritation, blinding of the eyes, and inflammation of the nose, throat, and skin that is intended for self-defense use. The term deadly weapon, as now in the statute, does not include pepper spray as it meets that definition when used by any person over the age of 16 solely for self-defense. However, it does limit the amount of pepper spray that can be carried in the state capitol to up to one ounce. Mr. Speaker, that's a summary of the bill. I urge its adoption. Its passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Do members wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain. The gentleman of the 64th Doggett householder, your vote's not registered. How does the gentleman vote on that question? In the affirmative. Clerk will record the gentleman in the affirmative. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent not voting, a majority of members. For what purpose does the gentleman of 6, Doggett Kelly, seek recognition?
I'd like to go green.
The voting has been closed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Was your vote in error? The machines recorded the delegate's vote in error?
No, sir. It's good. Thank you.
Clerk has not closed the machine. Chair has advised the machine is not closed.
Thank you.
Clerk will now close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 46.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 364, authorizing the Department of Transportation promulgate legislative rules.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of 35th, Doggett CAPUTO, to explain the bill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning. This is our transportation rules bundle for the year. We have 3 rules that come to us from the Department of Highways and 2 that come to us from the DMV, and I'll go through them and be happy to take questions following that. The first rule is from the Department of Highways and deals with the use of state road rights of way in adjacent area. It sets forth the requirements for accommodating utilities on highway rights of way and the adjustment and relocation of utility facilities on highway projects. The next Department of Highway rule deals with transportation of hazardous waste upon roads and highways of the state. And the proposed rule makes changes to be compliant with 2 necessary objectives. The first, to make uniform a system of allocating enforcement of these rules to the Public Service Commission, and second, to remain in compliance with the federal rules contained in chapters 40 and 49 of the Code of Federal Regulations. The next Department of Highways rule deals with small wireless facilities on division of highway rights-of-way. You'll recall that in 2019 we passed the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act, and pursuant to that, rules were promulgated. Here, this rule sets forth a plan whereby persons may obtain access to place small wireless facilities in highway rights-of-way. It also provides for a permit process and specifies the information that must be provided in connection with a permit application. The last 2 rules come to us from DMV. The first deals with safety and treatment programs. This is a new rule which establishes a comprehensive safety and treatment program for persons found in initial and subsequent violation of serious traffic offenses or driving under the influence. The DMV will accomplish this through the community behavioral health centers. The last rule is the DMV rule that deals with state vehicle title, registration, and relicensing project. This new rule contains the naming convention for state agencies for the purpose of titling and registering state vehicles. Mr. Speaker, that's a summarization of the Department of Transportation rules. I urge their passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Do members wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. The gentleman of 26, Doggett Evans, how do you wish to be recorded? Clerk will record the gentleman in the affirmative. The gentleman of 26, Doggett Evans. Gentleman of 64th, Doggett householder. In the affirmative. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 364.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, I move the bill take effect from passage.
The lady from the 49th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Clerk will record the gentleman of 64th in the affirmative. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 96 ayes, 2 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. 2/3 of members elected having voted in the affirmative. The chair declares the bill effective from passage. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470 relating to use of crossbow to hunt.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 11th, Doug Atkinson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. West Virginia Code, Chapter 20, Section 2 includes required specification for crossbows to be used for hunting in West Virginia. One of the specifications in the current statute is that the crossbow be not less than 18 inches in length. This bill would decrease the minimum length to not less than 16 inches. The bill also provides that the length of the crossbow is to be measured from the leading end of the shaft, including the insert, to the trailing end of the shaft, including the nock. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to the passage of the bill? The gentleman of 36, Doug Rowe, is recognized.
Just a question of the presenter of the bill.
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes.
The gentleman does yield for a question.
Does the change make it a more forceful firing or affect the way that the crossbow works?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
Okay, but the reason for the change is to allow different kinds of crossbows to be used.
It's to bring back the arrow to a 16-inch instead of 18-inch. Okay. It's to allow that as well.
All right, thank you, sir.
Are there any other members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, the question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 95 ayes, 3 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 470.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 487, providing exception that all DNR payments be deposited within 24 hours.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 11th, Doug Atkinson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill authorizes the Director of the Division of Natural Resources to exempt designated sections within the Division of Natural Resources from the requirement that all payments must be deposited in a bank within 24 hours for amounts less than $500, so long as the deposit is made within 7 working days. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 487.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 500 relating to Class Y special crossbow hunting permit.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman of the 11th, Doug Atkinson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Current code sets forth requirements for a Class Y hunting permit, which is available to certain disabled persons as set forth in the statute. Under the current statute, the applicant is required to authorize an examination of all medical records regarding his or her qualifying disability as part of the application. This bill eliminates this requirement and also eliminates language stating that the completed permit form constitutes a Class Y permit. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 98 ayes, 0 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 500.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action to the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 501, adding protection operation of North Bend Rail Trail, Greenbrier River Trail, and Elk River Trail to Parks and Recreation section of DNR.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman the 11th, Doug Atkinson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. West Virginia Code sets forth the powers and duties of the section of Parks and Recreation within the Division of Natural Resources. The statute currently includes continued protection, operations, and maintenance of the Greenbrier River Trail and the North Bend Rail Trail. This bill clarifies the location of those trails and provides for continued protection, operation, and maintenance of the Elk River Trail, including the protection of the trail from motorized vehicle traffic and operation for the protection of adjacent public and private property. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? If not, then those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Gentleman, the 64th will be recorded in the affirmative. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On this question, there are 97 ayes, 1 nay, and 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 501.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, then the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Next bill on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4069, West Virginia Student Religious Liberties Act.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was advanced to third reading with an amendment pending yesterday. The question before the House now is on the adoption of the amendment. The gentleman, the 37th, Doug Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm looking at the amendments in the system, and while I feel that the original amendment and the revision both ultimately achieve the same goal, I feel that there's some unclear language in the revised amendment that I wouldn't personally want to see go into code. So I would ask unanimous consent to revise the amendment.
To revise the amendment to what?
To what's in the system now as, I think Pushkin revised 2. So it's in the system. Let me bring it up here. And it's more like the original amendment.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
It is the original amendment.
The question then before the House is the request by the gentleman, the 37th, to reform the pending amendment to the form that was originally the amendment from yesterday.
Correct.
Okay.
I move.
Objection is heard. The gentleman has moved for the right to reform the amendment. That is a rule suspension. However, the gentleman or the chair would remind the gentleman that this is an amendable amendment. The gentleman could offer as a secondary amendment his original version from yesterday.
I withdraw my motion.
Very good. Then the question before the House is the amendment. Are there amendments to the amendment? The gentleman, the 37th.
Yes, I wish to amend the amendment as to would be Pushkin 211 revision 2. That would be the amendment I would offer to the amendment.
The gentleman, the 37th, moves to amend the amendment by striking the entirety of the amendment and inserting in lieu thereof his original amendment from yesterday. The question now is on adoption of the secondary amendment. Are there members who wish to speak to the adoption of the secondary amendment? The gentleman from the 37th, as the sponsor of the secondary amendment, is recognized to speak first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just so everybody knows what we're voting on. It's in the system. It is the original amendment, but now it is labeled as revision number 2. I think that makes the language a lot more clear and achieves the goal of requiring students to answer correctly on tests and homework assignments. It makes that clear in the code. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to speak to the secondary amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. After yesterday, that was a little confusing, I think, on everyone's part, and it was not the one that I had agreed to support. This one I do support, and I see no problem with it. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 14th, Delegate Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say, or regrettably say, that I thought I had an agreement with the gentleman from the 37th yesterday. When I suggested that we revise this amendment, I took that to him. I even took my argument for the purpose for the revised amendment to him. So I just have to say that's a little bit disappointing. Now, if you look at what the purpose of this amendment is, it's to, in some instances, reinforce or to, I don't know what the right term is for it, but to make it where a student who expresses their strong-held religious beliefs, this gives the, I don't know, the indication that their beliefs have no validity. By making my reform to the amendment yesterday, it did simply say that the student has to give the correct answer based on the coursework, but it also acknowledged that sometimes science is either wrong or that it changes as circumstances change or as evidence changes. So for those reasons, I think the revised amendment was better. It still accomplished the same goal as requiring that the coursework answer be correct, but it gave the student the ability to understand, and again, it acknowledged that maybe their answer is correct, as in my example that back in 600 BC, you would have to answer that the earth is flat to get a correct answer. Now, this would still be the case, but it also gives the leeway to say, well, maybe my religious belief is correct here. So for those reasons, I would oppose the revised amendment.
The question again is on adoption of the secondary amendment. Are there other members who wish to speak to adoption of the secondary amendment? The gentleman of the 27th, Delegate Porterfield, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, to the gentleman of the 14th's point, and actually to the gentleman of the 36th point earlier. If parents have the ability to teach their kids what faith is, and there's certain things they do or do not want taught to their children, this sort of nullifies that position or at least weakens it. Anything to do that needs to be rejected, and I certainly hope our members will vote to reject this amendment, and I would ask for the yeas and nays. Thank you.
Do other members wish to speak to the secondary amendment? The chair will remind the House that the motion before the House now is adoption of the secondary amendment, which does not actually adopt the amendment. It will change the primary amendment into a form that now will become the secondary amendment. So adoption of the secondary amendment does not insert the secondary amendment into the bill. The question now is on adoption of the secondary amendment, which, if adopted, will replace the primary amendment and become the primary amendment. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment, a roll call has been demanded. Is the demand sustained? Demand is sustained. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote. For what purpose does the gentleman of 56, Delegate Howell, seek recognition?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
What is, if we do not adopt the secondary amendment, what is the amendment that would remain?
The amendment that will then remain, the primary amendment, will be the amendment in the system now as the reformed amendment from yesterday.
So that will be the amendment with the delegate from Mason's Reformation in it?
It is.
Thank you.
Okay. The question now then again is on adoption of the secondary amendment. A roll call has been demanded and sustained. Those in favor of adoption of the secondary amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 59 ayes, 39 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority having voted in the affirmative, the secondary amendment is adopted, which now becomes the primary amendment. The question now is on adoption of the primary amendment. If the primary amendment is adopted, it will become a part of the bill. The question now is on adoption of the primary amendment. Are there members who wish to speak to adoption of the primary amendment? If not, those in favor of the primary amendment will say aye. Roll call was demanded. Roll call was demanded before the vote. Is the demand sustained? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, demand now is sustained. Those in favor of adoption of the primary amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 68 ayes, 30 nays, and 3 members absent not voting. A majority having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the primary amendment adopted. Are there other amendments? If not, then the clerk will read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4069, West Virginia Student Religious Liberties Act.
Are there objections to having the bill explained in lieu of having it read? The chair hears no objection and recognizes the gentleman, the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee substitute creates what's called the Student Religious Liberties Act. Under the Act, the public school district shall not discriminate against students or parents on the basis of a religious viewpoint or religious expression. Students may express their beliefs in homework, artwork, and other written and oral assignments free from discrimination and may not be penalized or rewarded on account of the religious content of their work. Students in public schools may pray or engage in religious activities or religious expression before, during, and after the school day in the same manner and to the same extent that students may engage in non-religious activities or expression. Now, the Act would also require that school districts adopt and implement a policy substantially similar to a model policy that is set forth in Section 5, subsection B of this code. The model policy does protect the student's right to voluntary expression of a religious viewpoint. It protects the student's right to include religious beliefs in homework, artwork, and other written and oral assignments without being penalized or rewarded. It protects the student's right to assemble for prayer groups, religious clubs, or other gatherings. It ensures that the students have equal rights to student facilities. It ensures that students have equal rights to advertise. It ensures that the students have the right to wear religious clothing and memorabilia. The model policy provides guidelines for student speakers at non-graduation events and at graduation ceremonies, and I can expand on those if anyone wants to question that. They must give disclaimers in the reporting. The Act may not be construed to require any person to participate in any religious activity or to violate a person's constitutional rights. The Act shall not be construed to limit a school's authority to maintain order and discipline in a neutral manner. The Act does protect the safety of students, employees, and visitors, and it may also adopt policies and procedures that are consistent with current law. Now, all of those parts that I mentioned were in the guidance on constitutionally protected prayer and religious expression in public elementary and secondary schools that was issued by the federal government on January 16th of this year. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Are there members who wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman, the 43rd, Doug Thompson, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is going to dictate who can and cannot speak at high school graduations and other sporting events. Is that correct?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, sir.
The gentleman does yield.
Am I correct in that assumption that now the legislature is going to be telling high schools who can and cannot speak at public events like graduations and football games and National Honor Society meetings? And
The bill gives a model for each of those events, but there is discretion to the county district, and they set the policy. It's supposed to be neutral and fair and non-discriminatory. But they could set their own individual ones based on the model that is presented in here.
How is that different than what we have right now? Isn't it fair right now that the high school administrator or the high school club or whatever it may be chooses, if I want...
It would go back to the county district to set the policy consistent in that district.
Okay.
But there is a lot of discretion.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, speak to the bill?
Yes, gentleman is recognized to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just can't, I have no problem with religious liberties and freedom, and I'm a major supporter of that. I think it's very important. It's so important. It's our First Amendment. We already have that. So I'm very supportive of that. Where I really have a major issue of contention, though, is this part where we want to talk about local control and tell our counties, we're trying to get the legislature out of your hair and make it more adaptable. You guys can run your own schools. The legislature does not need to be telling our county school systems who can speak at graduations, who cannot speak, for how long. And I just worry we're going to start getting into this weird area where we're not going to let students with disabilities or special needs speak, and we're going to let only the upper two classmen's grades speak and leaders. I don't like that. I like letting the schools make that decision. Volunteers drawn at random, like a lottery, just to speak at your graduation or at a sporting event, I don't like that. My point being, let the schools decide. Let the administrators decide. We should stay out of it. We're the legislature. We mess things up enough already. Let's stay out of it. Last time I checked, this was still wild, wonderful West Virginia, not communist China. Thank you.
The lady in the 32nd, Douglas Staggers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the chair yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Just questioning for some of my friends back home. Now, this would cover any religion practice, right?
It's supposed to be neutral. Anything that you're allowed to do non-religious can be done religious.
So the Muslims would have time from classes to do the prayers to Mecca 5 times a year. Would they be excused from class for
I believe
those
that's
times?
already ready in policy, yeah.
And they could also wear burqas or whatever head coverings they would like.
Correct.
And so the schools could not discriminate.
Right.
I'm not sure the practice of Wiccans. The witches, are you aware of anything strange they might do in classes?
Not particularly, but there are probably some, but that would be non-discriminatory to them also.
I can imagine some interesting high school classes and events. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 16th, Douglas Hornbuckle is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I regretfully rise in opposition to this piece of legislation. While I think it is well intended, through testimony in our committee, there were a lot of questions that went unanswered. And our refusal to send it to judiciary to further vet it per the Constitution gives me a little bit of pause. I will also tell you that technically, I myself, as a 2003 graduate of Huntington High School and a member of the football team, I hate to say that my coach probably technically broke the law, as it was a practice after our games that we would pray. And again, as a person of faith, I think that that is a very good thing. I appreciate that. But this bill does not do anything to protect that. It's seeking to reinforce protecting our students in those types of practices. And I also have to respectfully disagree with the gentleman from the 32nd in stating that the feds have already passed this bill. Well, what the feds have passed, they passed chapters 18 and Article 33 and sections 2, 3, and 4 is what they passed. In addition to expressing the religious class assignments and the freedom to organize and advertise religious groups and activities. But the bulk of this bill is not what was passed. Furthermore, going into the federal code, which is, again, is already protected. Section 8524A of the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, as amended by the Every Student Succeeds Act and codified at 20 U.S.C. 7904A, requires the Secretary to issue guidance to state educational agencies, local educational agencies, and the public on constitutionally protected prayer in public elementary and secondary schools. In addition, Section 8524B requires that as a condition of receiving ESEA funds, an LEA must certify in writing to its SEA that it has no policy that prevents or otherwise denies participation in constitutionally protected prayer in public schools as detailed in this updated guidance. I think we are treading on water when it comes to endangering our funding. Lines 24 through 100 essentially, which is the bulk of this bill, it is very, very prescriptive in who can lead these types of things. I find it very notable that potentially we could be leaving out JR2C students and also intellectual or developmentally disabled students, which is very, very important because we're too prescribed in there. Another point that we need to talk about is prayer at graduation. And when we speak to prayer at graduation, that is spelled out. School officials may not mandate or organize prayer at graduation or select speakers for such events in a manner that favors religious speech, such as prayer, where students or other private graduation speakers are selected on the basis of genuinely content-neutral, even-handed criteria and retain primary control over the content of expression. However, the expression is not attributable to the school and therefore may not be restricted because of its religious or anti-religious content and may include prayer. To avoid any mistaken perception that a school endorses student or other private speech that is not in fact attributable to the school, school officials may make appropriate neutral disclaimers to clarify that speech is the speaker's and not the school's speech. Again, I think it's very confusing language, and again in lines 24 through 100, that may conflict that passage right there and again endanger our schools. I also take issue with lines 101 through 103. The subject must be designated for each student speaker. The student must stay on the subject, and the student may not engage in obscene, vulgar, offensively lewd, or indecent speech. Talked about this in committee. Now that's subjective to everyone. And as we heard from the gentleman from I believe, Mercer, when talking about this, who is going to designate it, what is lewd, obscene? And every county is going to have their own policy. So to me, or maybe some other folks, my gentleman that was talking about the LGBTQ community, potentially, now that doesn't make sense to me, but to some folks that could be obscene. It could be lewd. You know, I mentioned in committee if this was 50 years ago and somebody was advocating for my rights and we, unfortunately have to do that again today, that could be seen as obscene. If somebody were to say, I like people who weren't captured, that might be obscene or offensive. If somebody were to make fun of a mentally handicapped person in a speech on a national stage, that might be offensive to some folks. That's reasonable. So I just think there's too many things in here that could lead us down the wrong path. So in closing, Again, I respectfully oppose this bill, as I feel that we are creating law for things that are already protected in code and could furthermore prohibit our great students' ability to pray. Thank you.
Do other members wish to speak to passage of the bill? The gentleman of 36, Doggett Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the chair would answer a few questions for me, help me with the bill.
Yes, sir.
Is there any language in the bill? Well, is it correct that the bill's intended to reach all schools, not just high schools?
Correct.
And the forum requirement is to reach all public events in the school. In other words, the pep rallies, the soccer games, the baseball games, that sort of thing. And the students have to be in position, I think the position of honor, in order to be eligible to announce those games.
They would have to be in a position of honor, or however they designated that, such as like a special needs child that they looked at as a place of honor. That person would be allowed to do that too.
Okay, and if those folks were included, maybe it wouldn't apply, but it seems that the bill at least mentions folks who might be deemed the elite of the school, homecoming king.
They gave
queen,
that as a basis,
sort of
but the district can decide who they want to include in that.
And then they're only appointed for a week at a time. Is that it? But at least 3 days at a time.
Well, they have to notify them 3 days before as far as the order of the people that speak.
Okay, so if you had a football season that went 10 weeks and you had a pep rally each week, would the same person be announcing the pep rally, or would they have to be have any athletic experience or cheerleading?
No, that's up to the district to decide. At the beginning of the year, they would decide what the protocol is, and then they would implement that fairly throughout the rest of the year.
But that means every single event has to be looked at and decided upon by the school board.
By the county board regulations, yes.
And then the eligible students are allowed to volunteer and be the presenters.
Right. Others could, but they would be selected at random drawing as far as the order in which they would be able to speak.
Now, if a school had a policy of encouraging students who wanted to go into broadcasting, being the ones who were the ones to open the school each morning, have a television show, I think Capitol High School did this, then those folks wouldn't be in that pool unless they happen to be in a position of honor.
Right. I don't think that would affect them, not by the way this is written.
But I mean, they wouldn't be able to, they wouldn't be eligible unless they were in a position of honor.
Well,
or
if
special
they're
category.
broadcasting a game, I think that's different than them speaking to the game or the event.
Say the opening ceremony in the morning, you know, literally on camera, on television, if they were interested in that as a academic.
Right, it would be by whatever protocol the district wanted to do.
But the forum doesn't allow for that, does it? I mean,
the forum could be a separate forum. That's given the students a right to speak at a different forum in a uniform way.
But that would be a forum, would it not?
Well, yeah, but they could have a protocol for games. They could have a protocol for other times they want to speak at other events.
Yeah, but as I understand the forum requirement is that you have to have a forum, and you have to have persons of honor or perhaps special category that would be allowed to speak or open the school day or announce start a game or whatever that is. You've got to fit into the requirements of the bill.
Okay, then.
Right.
Right.
Okay. But does it? And I may have asked this. Does it include? I think you said it included all schools, so it would be grade schools, middle schools, and high schools.
Correct.
Now, is there any opportunity for a response if someone in opening the school day says something that is derogatory or condemning of someone else's religious beliefs? Is there any right of response?
Response from who? Whether the school or the
anyone.
board or?
Say from a minority student, perhaps in a predominantly Protestant, traditional Protestant school, whether it be Catholic, Episcopalian, Lutheran, Islamic, Hindu,
I guess
whatever
afterwards
minority
they
might
could
be.
respond. I mean, anyone can complain about something, but if they wanted to have the same forum to voice something, as long as it's on the same topic, then they are afforded the same opportunity.
Where would that opportunity be had?
Well, they'd have to put their name in and be selected at random as far as the order that each person speaks. They would be granted the same opportunity as anyone else that has the same forum.
But it could be months away.
It doesn't address that part. That's up to the district to decide what time frame they do that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Speaker, if I may address the bill.
Yes, gentleman's recognized to proceed.
I've already given a number of comments earlier, and I won't repeat those. I think it's difficult that we're including grade schools in this. This is the ultimate micromanaging of a school district. I mean, we are taking away, the basic standard decision-making and policy-making that all schools ought to have. And we are imposing a requirement that every time there's a school event, there has to be a selected, honored student who's drawn from a hat and scheduled for the entire semester to open that event. It's an unworkable system. The bill has some good qualities. It makes it very clear that there can be religious clubs at school, that individuals can have a right to their own expression. They can have activities before and after school. But this forum requirement is just it's unworkable. It really doesn't make any sense, and it's really not necessary to the purpose of the bill. If we want to protect the religious rights of people, then we don't put this forum requirement in it. It's confusing, it's unnecessary, it doesn't protect any religious rights. In fact, it says over and over that the student, and I'll quote line 101, the student must stay on subject. Well, where the religious expression comes into staying on subject, I'm not sure. I can see it maybe at graduation where there's a lot of inspirational talk and discussions about where people came from and where they're going. But, for most of these pep rallies, and who knows, I mean, if a student interjects a religious expression in those events, it's just going to create a lot of discord and problems. The forum is what the Achilles heel is in this bill, and I'm afraid that the bill is so wrapped up in that even with the good sections that are already law, it's already the constitutional requirement that you allow school clubs and activities before school and so on. So I don't think the bill adds enough for us to justify micromanaging every single day, every single event of every single school, grade school, middle school, high school in West Virginia, which is exactly what this bill would do. I urge the bill be rejected.
The lady in the 51st, Dr. Fleischhauer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We took an oath, and in fact, almost everybody in the state takes an oath, and it has two parts. One, I will not take a bribe, and two, I will uphold the state and the federal Constitution. Now, I know the Second Amendment to some people is the most important part, but the First Amendment comes before it. A lot of us think that is very, very important. I think there are very serious constitutional issues that have not been resolved. We have questions about that, even if we support the intent of the bill. And I don't feel comfortable moving forward without feeling very sure that those questions have been answered, and also the question about jeopardizing our funding. Education, if you look at our state constitution, one of the differences between us and Virginia is that we have free public schools. That's something I'm really, really proud of. It's something that everybody should be proud of. But obviously, part of the way that we fund our schools is through money from the federal government. Part of the way we try to ensure the best outcome for our children is a combination of state and federal funds. So unfortunately, as much as I can support many of the concepts in this bill, I am going to have to vote no in order to uphold my oath.
Gentleman the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to close debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned, what the bill does is it follows and codifies mainly federal guidance that was recently put out. It does give a couple of models as far as how local districts can organize the events, whether it be graduation ceremonies or non-graduation ceremonies such as pep rallies or other type of events. It does not require that you have to have an open forum, but it does permit the opportunity to do that. And it gives a lot of discretion as far as how a district wants to include certain people that can talk. The key that it's trying to prevent is that if you have, let's say, the top 3 members or top 3 academic people to talk, typically, but they want to exclude the 3rd one because of their religious views, that they would only allow the top 2 to talk. This is what this is trying to prevent. So it is trying to give it fair, that there's discretion, and it also gives it that any student has the opportunity. And as with freedom of speech, there's good and there's bad. Just like we have to deal with someone burning our American flag, that's the negative side to freedom of speech. The example that the lady from the 32nd brought up about religious expression from a Wiccan, we may not agree with it, but they have every right to do that. And as long as the forum is there for each person, the school has to be neutral. And that's pretty much what this is codifying. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge passage of this bill.
The question before the House is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, there are 76 ayes, 22 nays, and 2 members absent not voting. A majority of members having voted in the affirmative, the chair declares the bill passed. The clerk will please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4069.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk. Will be enumerating the title of the bill. The clerk will please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Request concurrence therein. Are there further bills on 3rd reading? If not, bills on 2nd reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 35, limiting civil penalty for littering conviction to $2,000.
Are there amendments?
Delegates Pestle and Schott move to amend the bill on page 4, subsection C, subdivision 1, at line 85, after the words penalty of, by striking the words up to $2,000 and inserting the words not less than $200 nor more than $2,000.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. The gentleman the 5th, Delegate Pethel, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill has to do with litter control, and basically what we're doing here is putting in a minimum civil penalty of $200. This funding is used to help the solid waste authorities and also the state REAP program. They get like a 50-50 split on this, and they use this to combat litter. Without this change, it says we're not probably going to receive any funding for these programs. The minimum fine is very important, because without this, it just says $2,000. I appreciate the gentleman, the chairman of Judiciary from Mercer, the 27th, working with me on this. I know in Wetzel, the Solid Waste Authority there does a great job with litter control, especially in the summer. They go out, they gather litter along the roads, it's bagged and then taken to the landfill. So I think this is real important. I would ask for your support of the amendment. Thank you.
Do other members wish to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, then the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as read by the clerk. Those in favor of adoption of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? No. If not, the bill will be advanced to 3rd reading. Next bill on 2nd reading.
Senate Bill 321 relating to collection of tax and priority of distribution of estate or property in receivership.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 449 authorizing Department of Commerce promulgate legislative rules.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 532 distributing assets remaining in municipal policemen's or firemen's pension and relief fund on death of last retiree or beneficiary.
Are there amendments?
The Committee on Pensions and Retirement moved to amend the bill on page 1, section 28A, line 1, by striking death of the last remaining retiree or beneficiary receiving benefits under a policeman's pension and relief fund or a fireman's pension and relief fund. The assets remaining in the fund, if any, shall be transferred to the municipality, and inserting in lieu thereof cessation of any and all benefit payments to retirees or retiree beneficiaries because of death or disqualification. The board shall transfer the remaining assets of a policeman's pension and relief fund or a fireman's pension and relief fund to the municipality.
The question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as just read by the clerk. Lady from the 38th, Doggett Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee amendment is a clarifying amendment and says that the provisions of the new section are triggered upon cessation of the payment of any benefits from a closed municipal pension plan and not upon the death of all beneficiaries or retirees. The amendment maintains the original intent of the bill, providing for the use of any monies left in a plan when there's no one left to pay. I urge passage.
Do other members wish to speak to the adoption of the amendment? If not, then the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment as read by the clerk. Those in favor of adoption will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Chair declares the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading. Next bill on second reading.
House Bill 4178 requiring calls which are recorded to be maintained for a period of 5 years.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4478 creating a lifetime ban for commercial drivers involved in human trafficking.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4544 relating to possession of any controlled substance on the premises of or within 200 feet of a public library.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4551 relating to subsidized adoption.
Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to postpone action 1 day.
Lady from the 49th asks unanimous consent to postpone action on House Bill 4551 by 1 day. Are there objections? The chair hears no objections. Action will be postponed by 1 day. Next bill on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4576 establishing a procedure for correcting errors in deeds of trust, and mortgages.
Are there amendments? If not, the bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4647 relating to limited video lottery permit holders.
Are there amendments? No. If not, the bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading? If not, bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 16 creating Protect Our Right to Unite Act.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 560 permitting nursing home use trained individuals administer medication.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4088 disposition of funds from certain oil and natural gas wells due to unknown or unlocatable interest owners.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4113 relating to motor fuel excise taxes.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4158 allowing a person to manufacture a stated amount of alcoholic liquor for personal consumption.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4398 relating to required courses of instruction.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4437 relating to the West Virginia Pay Card Program.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4615, West Virginia Critical Infrastructure Protection Act.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4655, permitting military personnel in areas where on-the-job emergency medicine is part of the training to be granted automatic EMS or EMT certification.
The bill will be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4706, relating to reports concerning funds due to unknown or unlocatable interest owners.
The bill will be advanced.
House Bill 4790, relating to career technical education for middle school students.
The bill will be advanced. Are there further bills on first reading? If not, leaves of absence. Lady from the 49th.
Mr. Speaker, for our colleagues Delegate Linville and East Burton.
Are there objections to leaves being granted? Chair hears no objections and leaves shall be granted. Remarks by members? Remarks by members. The gentleman from the 48th, Douglas Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everybody in here knows me enough to know that I'm not normally probably what you would call an activist, but this year, I mean, there's been a few issues that have been, you know, something that really caught my attention, and I think it's caught a lot of people's attention in the public and in this body. I think we can agree, everybody in this body can agree that poverty isn't a traffic crime. So, you know, until we heard the number, there's over 100,000 West Virginians right now that currently have a suspended driver's license just for the fact that they were unable to pay court costs or tickets. I don't think any of us really would have believed it. So just real quick, I just want to tell a couple stories of a few constituents across West Virginia, messages that I've got in the last few days. You know, Brittany Myers from Jackson County is currently in a recovery program in Charleston after being incarcerated for drug charges. And her license was suspended after she was released because she couldn't pay thousands of dollars in fines and court costs. Her quote is, "I have 4 kids and I live with my mother, and I would be able to go to school functions and be able to further my recovery and look for jobs. Because I want to be a recovery coach at the drug court, but I'd have to have a vehicle to go to and from work because we don't have any buses down there." And then also Lucas Atkins from Oak Hill lost his license and currently or was attending college, but it wasn't able to pay some traffic violation tickets. He lives 10 miles away from where he was attending college, and he had to withdraw from classes because of not having a driver's license. He further said that it's holding me back from everything. So I might get myself in trouble here a little bit for, it's not the most popular time right now to be commending our counterparts in Virginia. But just yesterday, the Democrat Virginia Senate unanimously passed Senate Bill 1, which happens to be a Republican bill that was reintroduced this year, that ends the suspension of driver's license for unpaid fees and fines. So, you know, Mr. Speaker and members of this body, I think this is something we do need to get done this year. We need to act. We need to get this done this session so the West Virginians that can't afford to pay a ticket don't have to further break the law just to go to school, to go buy groceries, to pick up their children from child care, or even to go to church on Sunday. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I just urge all the members in this body to continue passing some version of this legislation. I know the Senate's looking at it as well, so just would ask everyone in here to consider that and look at it. But thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further remarks by members of the House? Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I promise I'll be brief. I rise today because this morning Delegates Longstreth, Angelucci, and myself received word that there was a major rock slide on a road in Marion County. I don't know if you guys can see this picture, but there's a rock about the size of a school bus that fell on a major route in Fairmont today, Route 250. If you ever come through there and you get off at exit 132, it's a major route into our downtown. Now, I don't rise today because this is the first time that this has happened. This has been a problem in our county for years and years and years, and we receive complaints pretty much weekly, at least monthly, on this road. People who live in Marion County and know this road purposely avoid Route 250 because they're afraid that a rock the size of a school bus is going to wind up on top of their car. Now, we've called on Department of Highways numerous times to address this situation. They clean up the slide, and then it's forgotten about until the next time. I mean, I just thank God that no one was driving by that section of road today when that rock fell. I get the same response from them every time we call. Well, that's private land, and we don't own the land, and what are we going to do with it? Well, I don't know. I'm a simple kind of guy. Send the owners a bill. I don't know how much taxpayer money is spent to clean up that rock slide, but I'll guarantee you it's a lot of money that the state shouldn't be responsible for, and the owners, who I'm told are out-of-state land companies, should take some responsibility here. So I today, on behalf of the Marion County delegation, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the Department of Highways to address this situation. We had a rock fall in Morgantown, and we have a woman in critical condition right now because of that rock fall. I don't know if that's a problem area in that district or not, but I do know that this is a problem area in Marion County that for years and years has created hazards and very dangerous conditions. So today, Mr. Speaker, once again, I appreciate the body listening to me, but this is a call on Department of Highways to put together a plan to address this situation, and I look forward to meeting with them and the Marion County delegation to hear what their plan of action is. Thank you so much.
Lady from the 51st, Delegate Fleshauer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it looks like the person who I was responding to has disappeared from the room. But I wanted to thank the gentleman from Harrison for the stories that he told us and for bringing up the issue of driver's license suspensions and the inability for people to ever get out of that. I was here when we first started doing that. If you think about it, it was a time when people were very leery of things being called tax increases. I remember there was actually a senator from Harrison County, and there was an ad against her that just had all these tax increases rolling, and she was defeated. So there was a thinking that if we just had fines, that would be a way to generate funding for certain programs, and these were like municipal programs and county programs, and I think we let that run away. It has nothing to do, some of these things that are funded by the fines have absolutely nothing to do with the driver's license, and that is such a heavy penalty, taking away somebody's driver's license. $100,000, he's right. We are handicapping 100,000 citizens in our state who we would like to go to work, who want to go to work, who want and be contributing members of our society, but in our state, you can't get to work without a driver's license, except in a few limited municipalities. So I very strongly support the gentleman's plea that we take this up soon, and I support the efforts of the Judiciary Chair to try to eliminate some of these handicaps that people have to go to work that are related to the criminal justice system. So I just want to give a shout out to that issue and to thank him for raising it more than once. I totally agree, and I'm glad he came back to hear me thanking him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 51st, Delegate Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to supplement and expound a little bit on what my colleague from the 50th talked about. We had a rock fall down yesterday on DeMond Boulevard. If any of you have left the Coliseum and gone to Jeans or gone downtown after a basketball game, Mon Boulevard is the big four-way that takes you downtown from there. You have school buses that travel on that every day. You have thousands of vehicles that travel on that every day. And we have a boulder a little bit larger than the size of a smart car that fell down that hill from 500 to 600 feet up above. Now, unfortunately, this isn't an isolated incident. Incidentally, my grandfather, his car was hit by one of these boulders early in the 1980s. So this is something that has been going on, and I would reiterate the call from my friend from the 50th at the DOH, look into these before someone is seriously injured again, because unfortunately someone has already been seriously injured in Morgantown yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fix and fully fund PEIA. Now, we've been down here now for 5, 6 years talking about that over and over and over, the history of that program. It caused a major strike in the state of West Virginia here 2 years ago because we didn't fix it and we didn't fund it. All we've done is froze it. So I bring that up because yesterday, day 34 of a 60-day legislative session, 1 hour before the Banking and Insurance Committee was supposed to meet, a bill pops up. House Bill 4043. Title of that bill, Preventing State, County, and Municipal Agencies from covering portions of Public Employee Insurance Act premiums for spouse. Go to the Banking and Insurance Committee that day, yesterday. Sure enough, the bill kicks spouses off PEIA. This is going to save the state millions and millions and millions of dollars by kicking that money, premiums, down to our public employees to the tune of $3,000 to $7,000 more a year. And apparently, Mr. Speaker, it must have been a leadership bill because the majority leader was in the committee the entire time, sulking around whipping votes. Now, I don't know what exactly we're trying to do down here. That bill died on 11-11 vote. And if there's a motion to reconsider it, there's a motion to discharge it. If you want to bring the fight out here on the floor, we'll be more than happy to do that. Fixing PEIA does not mean kicking the cost down to our public employees. And if that's the agenda that the majority wants to shove down this throat, we're going to have that fight. And we're going to fight it over and over and over again. We gave our public employees a 10% pay raise over the last 2 years. What are you trying to do, suck it all back up? Kick it to PEIA? I don't get it. We've just gone through 2 strikes. You're trying to put them out again? I don't get it. But I can assure you we're going to fight that effort if you all continue down that road. So we'll be more than happy to have that fight. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope going forward we can get serious about a plan to fund PEIA, not doing an amendment to the bill to kick it after the 2020 election and then jack the premiums up. Let's get serious on this. Let's fix this. And if you all want to have to go to war down here on the floor, we'll be more than happy to do that fight any day you want to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady from the 50th, Delegate Longstreth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just wanting to ask that the remarks from my colleague from the 50th and from the 51st be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, the comments will be placed in the appendix of the journal. Further remarks by members of the House? Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise concerning this bill yesterday that was in banking and insurance as well. The lead sponsor of this bill, last night when it was time to go home, not liking I guess my position or the fact I had a meeting or whatever my business was, aggressively tried to intimidate me after intimidating another member of this House. Now, I think this bill can be hashed out. I think any legislation can be hashed out. We can agree to disagree. Whether it's in my own ranks or it's on the other side of the aisle, this is not the way that we need to be doing things down here. It's not the way. I've been in constant communication with leadership about this. I've been in constant communication and had to even meet with the Capitol Police today because of my safety. Now let me say something to everyone in this house. If you haven't recognized this, I cannot see. Now I want you to think about if that was your son, your daughter, your husband, your wife, voted in by their people, coming to Charleston to do their work. And through miscommunication or whatever happened, not only myself but another member of this House was aggressively and seeming in an intoxicated state attacked for our position on this bill.
Point of order has been recognized. Gentleman from 28th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The gentleman has been referenced, and the gentleman speaking has just made an indication to the gentleman's sobriety. I would suggest that that would be an appropriate conversation for the floor relative to House Rule number 32, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 27th, please keep your comments and decorum.
Sure.
Thank you.
No problem, and thank you very much. I appreciate the delegate from the 28th. If it's outside of the rules of the House, I don't want to do that. Lawful is what I want to be. We're here to make laws. We're here to do things the right way. And I had someone ask me in the course of this and said, treat someone like on this the way you would have them treated. If I had treated someone with a disability and a member of this House with a disability the way I was treated last night, I would want someone to take action against me. I think there needs to be further action taken on this. There may or may not be. There may be lights coming on to provide cover for this. But I would like to see the same members in my own caucus that were so active to try to censure me last year over comments made to have enough integrity to look at that option here. These things cannot be tolerated here. We can speak freely. We can disagree adamantly. And I will be in protest of this. I intend to have a lot of long days here in this House. I may suffer some consequences in my own party. As we heard the other day from the gentleman from the 35th, we need to have courage whether it's going to keep us here or not. I think of John F. Kennedy writing profiles in courage. And I want to stand up for what I believe to be right. I want to stand up for the Lord. I want to stand up for the Bible. I want to stand up for my constituents. I want to stand up for those that disagree with me. And I want to stand up for those that have disabilities, the most vulnerable people in our society, from having this type of behavior happen to them, not only at the parking lot of the Capitol, but everywhere in the state of West Virginia and the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lady Miss 65th, Doggett Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Initially, I had hit my button so that we could have the remarks from my colleague from the 55th printed in the appendix of the journal. So that would be my first line of business.
Are there objections? None are heard. Ladies recognized to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pretty blown away that we're having the kind of dialogue that we are right now on the House floor. And to the gentleman that spoke prior, while I deeply respect that you feel unsafe, that I deeply respect that you had a moment where you didn't want to have uncivil discourse as a result of your job here, there are a few of us that have been experiencing
The gentleman of the 32nd, does the chair hear a point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's the rule of the House that we direct our comments to the Speaker, to the Chair, not to individual members directly.
The chair did hear the lady's remarks. The chair did not hear you.
She's speaking directly to another member, Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
and
the
the rules require.
chair understands the gentleman's point. The ladies acknowledge the gentleman's point of order. Ladies recognized to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reality is there's been a few members of this body that for the past year, maybe even 2 years, that have been experiencing volatile comments. They've experienced death threats. They've experienced all sorts of vitriol as a result of their work here. I want it to be acknowledged. I want it to be lifted up. I want it to be, I want us as a body to be cognizant of what we have done as far as our dialogue here on the House floor. And to direct to you, Mr. Speaker, I remember last year that you gave a speech and you had said very poignantly, how did we get here? And I want to caution this body because this is exactly how we got here. When we won't acknowledge that there's bigotry, when we won't acknowledge that there's hate or violence or disgusting rhetoric, that we're lifting up mistruths and making them into law. That's how we got here. And while we do have a colleague that now feels slighted, unsafe, insecure, some of us have had to do this over and over and over again, coming in day after day with that same vitriol in our faces. I can't understand this, because if you want that common courtesy, if you want that respect, then surely we should be giving it to one another prior. We should not be lifting up hyperpartisanship. Petty antics should not be happening in the House floor or any place in the people's house. But it does. And that's how we got here. It's time for a gut check, ladies and gentlemen. If you want that respect, if you want to be sure that we are a body of dignity, then do not continue to justify and validate these types of actions any longer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady in the 51st, Douglas Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was rising so the comments from the delegate from the 27th and the delegate of the 65th can be printed in the appendix of the journal, but I also have a few remarks. Can I have unanimous consent for that, sir?
Yes, we'll take that one first. Are there objections to the lady's request? The chair hears no objection. Objection is heard.
Move.
The lady from the 51st moves that the comments from which delegates?
27 and 65th.
From the delegates from the 27th, Delegate Porterfield, and the 65th, Delegate Brown, be printed in the appendix of the journal. Those in favor of the lady's motion? Those in favor of the lady's motion? The chair is advised by the clerk. The question before the House then is the motion that the comments by the gentleman of the 27th, Delegate Porterfield, and the lady from the 65th, Delegate Brown, be printed in the appendix of the journal. Those in favor of the motion, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Those in favor of the motion will please say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The request is granted. Does the lady have additional comments?
Oh, yes, sir, I do.
The lady is recognized to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How did we get here? Where are we now? Where will we go? 2020, a new decade, a new day, new faces, new places, new truths, and we don't even want them printed. We don't even want to hear them. But it's mighty funny that we can always speak them. It's mighty funny that our actions can show them. Good, bad, indifferent. It's mighty funny that we're proud to say we're from West Virginia. And we sit here as a body, Mr. Speaker, all 100 of us. It's mighty funny that I know when I became a freshman delegate, I had to sit through ethics. But oh my, it's funny how some of those things are not acknowledged, not principled, not disciplined. I can ask for a leave of committee and be ignored. I can wear my natural hair and it gets tugged, but it's mine down to the roots. I can sit in a committee where another delegate throws out a campaign shout out for another delegate, but I guess that's all part of the First Amendment. But we lack home training. We lack respect for each other. We lack the ability to see someone's disability. We make assumptions, presumptions, and accusations. You are repealed by just the color of my skin, which is my blessed year-round tan. You get upset because of the natural hair I have, whether it is in twists, locks, braids, extensions, or weave. You get repealed because I speak truths of the people of West Virginia who are not as privileged as you are. And some of you even forget where you came from or don't know that part of your history or choose not to respect it or acknowledge it. So because this is Black History Month, and it's been a couple of days, and I've allowed some of my colleagues to take this on because sometimes I don't know if my privilege and my pain can be stewed as being that angry Black woman, as many of you have called me. But what you don't understand is when you're speaking to folks, you don't know who are my allies. And so being the angry Black woman as you claim me to be, I stand here proud because if I'm not making someone upset, then I'm not doing my job for the people of West Virginia. I'm not doing my job for the people who don't have a livable wage. I'm not doing my job for the people who's fighting PEIA. I'm not doing my job for the people who are fighting addiction. I'm not doing my job for the people who is homeless. I'm not doing my job for the people who have Medicaid coverage. I'm not doing my job for the people who are retired and still have no pensions to take care of their basic needs. I'm not doing my job for the people who have lost their right to vote. I'm not doing my job as a people as their name is being taken off voter registration. See, I am here to do my job, whether you agree or disagree, whether you like the idea of me or not. I am not here to be liked. I am here to represent the voices by putting West Virginians first. And I would think in 2020 we can move on these things, like moving on medical cannabis, like moving on finding funding for PEIA, like moving for something as simple as a hair discrimination bill. That's what this body should be working on, making sure that all West Virginians, all Mountaineers can truly live, work, and play without any exceptions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction to guests. The gentleman from the 37th, Dr. Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was meant to hit my button during remarks, and this is not an introduction, but while we've been here today, a Charleston police officer was seriously injured in the line of work while investigating a homicide call, and I just asked the body stand and observe a moment of silence for our police officer here in Charleston.
Chair would ask all members and guests in the galleries to please rise and would recognize the gentleman of 6, Doug Kelly.
Please join with me in prayer. Father, we reach out to you right now because one of Charleston's heroes has been injured. And we pray right now that you would surround him, that you would give the doctors wisdom, and that you would continue to work there and cause this gentleman, this officer, to recover. We pray for the safety of all police officers throughout this state, but particularly right now, we remember this officer. And we thank you that you are able. In Jesus' name, amen.
Members and guests may be seated. The gentleman of 25th, Dr. Painter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce, pleased to announce that sponsored by the West Virginia Academy of Family Physicians, our family doctor for the day is Miss Joanna Bailey of Pineville, West Virginia, which is also the heart of the 25th District. Let's give her all a big house welcome.
The gentleman of 51st, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, we got a couple Monongalians. We have Mike Beafor and Justin White. If they would please stand, if the House would give them a very warm welcome. Also, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the lady from the 51st be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Chair hear objection. None are heard. The gentleman of 50th, Dr. Angelucci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that the remarks from the gentleman from the 37th and the prayer from the gentleman from the 6th be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Are there objections? Chair hears no objection. The lady from the 65th, Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And speaking of the lady from the 51st, her son, Devin Walker, is in the gallery. So if he could stand and let the House make him feel welcome.
Lady from the 51st, Dr. Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These two gentlemen that are here from Monongalia County, Michael Beafor and Justin White, can you please take a stand? These two small business owners in Mon County took a chance on myself and my family as they give back to not only Mon County, but now Preston and Fairmont, because I needed safe, accessible, affordable housing for my family. And these two gentlemen still work day in and day out with Mon Valley Habitat for Humanity. They are very humble, and I want to thank you for helping me to find my voice, for helping me to find the fire that was once dimmed in me. And can the House please give these two gentlemen a round of applause by making all West Virginians have a chance for being homeowners. Thank you.
The gentleman with 27th, Dr. Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased on behalf of the members from Mercer County to recognize and to laud two of our residents from Mercer County who are here for 4-H, but who also have survived this rather extensive fourth session. So for their endurance, I'd like you to welcome and make Paul and Nancy Canterbury feel welcome. Thank you.
Are there further introductions? If not, miscellaneous business. Lady from the 49th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move subject to announcements that the House adjourn until 11 a.m. on Wednesday.
The lady from the 49th moves that subject to announcements the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Are there announcements? Lady from the 49th, Doggett Summers.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Rules will meet at 10:45 tomorrow behind the chamber.
The gentleman from the 28th, Doggett Pack.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republican members of this House will caucus here in the chamber immediately upon our adjournment.
The lady from the 32nd, Doggett Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two brief announcements. The first is an invitation to all of the members of this House. Today at 2:30 in the Lewis McManus room, we're going to have a representative from AIPAC. And if you're not familiar with AIPAC, it is a nonpartisan organization focused on making sure that the United States relationship with Israel remains strong. So if you're interested in hearing a little bit about the organization, we'd love for you to be there 2:30 at the Lewis McManus room. And then additionally, on Thursday at 6:30 in the Lewis McManus room, all of the women in the legislature are invited to a dinner hosted by Arise Women's Gathering. It's just a dinner to thank you and honor you for being legislators and representatives of the people of the state, hosted by Melody Hawley and the women at Arise Women's Gathering.
The gentleman, the 62nd, Doggett Bibby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Veterans Affairs and Homeland Security will meet at 2 p.m. this afternoon in the House Government Organization Room, and the agenda has been posted. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 17th, Doggett Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Seniors, Children's, and Family Issues will meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. in the Government Organization Committee Room.
The gentleman, the 27th, Doggett Schott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on the Judiciary will not meet at its regularly scheduled time tomorrow at 5. But we will meet on Thursday, Thursday the 13th at both 9 o'clock and 5 o'clock. Plan on a long evening session, but the good news is we'll serve dinner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman, the 41st, Doggett Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet today in room 215E at 4 p.m. Republicans will caucus in my office at 3:45.
The gentleman, the 8th, Doggett Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Energy will meet at 4 p.m. this afternoon in the House Judiciary Room. The agenda has been posted. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 53rd, Doggett Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to announce that your Committee on Fire Departments and EMS will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. in House Finance, and the agenda will be posted today.
Lady from the 38th, Doggett Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Pensions and Retirement will meet today at 2 p.m. in the House Finance Room, and the updated agenda has been posted.
The gentleman, the 45th, Doggett Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet tomorrow, Wednesday the 12th at 5 p.m. in the House Government Organization Committee Room, 215 in the East Wing. The agenda will be posted.
The gentleman, the 13th, Doggett Higginbotham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education will resume its posted agenda today at 5 p.m. in the Education Committee Room. In addition, the Education Subcommittee for House Bill 4729 will meet at 2:30 in the committee room, and that subcommittee consists of Delegate Espinosa, Atkinson, Doyle, Zukoff, and myself. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 16th, Doggett Mant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Small Business, Economic Development, and Entrepreneurship will meet tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the Government Organizational Room, and the agenda has been posted. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 46th, Doggett Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Industry and Labor will meet tomorrow, February 12th at 1 p.m. in the Judiciary Room. The Republican members will caucus 15 minutes before in the Chairman of Judiciary's office.
The gentleman, the 12th, Doggett Westfall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have lunch over in the East Wing in front of 204 and 206, provided by Hospitality and Travel Association. It's prepared by Adelphia. It was warm lasagna and salad. It's now cold lasagna and hot salad, probably. But everybody is welcome. Thank you.
The gentleman, the 14th, Doggett Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Technology and Infrastructure will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. in the House Judiciary Committee Room. The agenda is posted.
The gentleman to the third, Dr. FLUHARTY.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Tech Caucus will meet tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., room 252, and breakfast will be served. Please come out. Thank you.
The gentleman to the 50th, Dr. CAPUTO. Oh. Additional announcement.
Representatives from Uber will be there as part of the caucus tomorrow, so please come out for that. Thank you.
The gentleman to the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Democrats will caucus immediately upon adjournment in House Gov.org. Immediately upon adjournment, Democrats will caucus in House Gov.org.
Are there further announcements? If not, the question before the House is on the motion that the House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. And with those on the floor and our guests in the gallery, please rise as we are led in prayer this morning by Charlie Spencer. He's with the Division of He's the Division of Forestry Chaplain from Danville, West Virginia. And then please remain standing as we are presented the honor guard by the Forestry Association and led in the pledge by the Senator from Logan. Mr. Spencer.
Dear Heavenly Father, as we come before you today, we thank you for the blessing and provision of this beautiful state we live in. We thank you for the forest, waters, soils, and wildlife, for the timber and other forest products that help fuel our economy and provide jobs to loggers, foresters, mill workers, and other workers in the forest industry. We thank you for the firefighters who go into the forest to fight for destructive wildfires and protect our precious natural resources. And especially, we ask your protection over them as they do their jobs. Lord, we thank you for the freedom and privilege we have of electing those who lead our state. In Proverbs chapter 2, verses 6 and 7, it says, "For the Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a buckler to them that walk uprightly." Lord, we ask today that you provide our leaders with such wisdom, that you instill the desire in their heart for wisdom, and that you guide their decisions for the blessings of this great state we live in, that we might continue to be free and blessed, and that we might live humbly in your sight. We ask these things in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. The Division of Forestry Honor Guard will be presenting the collars. The Senator from Logan.
As we honor America, I pledge allegiance.
Thank you. You may be seated. Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, February 10th, 2020. The Senate met at 11:04
The senior
a.m.
senator from the 6th requests unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it is my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized when your name is called. As guest of the senior senator from the 8th, we have J.R. Walker. As guest of the senator from Greenbrier County, we have Gracie Ramsey, Austin Sims, and Will Parrish. And as guest of the senator from Harrison County, we have Josie Bennett. They're all standing in the front of our chamber as if the Senate would give them a warm welcome. Thank you. You may be seated. Further introductions, the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure and yours to introduce our docket today. In the rear of the chamber, we have with us Joanna Bailey from Pineville, West Virginia. If you wouldn't mind standing, let the Senate give you a warm welcome.
Further introductions, the senior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the junior senator from the 17th, today we have with us the AARP State President, Jane Marks, and volunteer Priscilla Bass. If they could stand, the Senate make them feel welcome.
The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senators from the 5th and the 6th District, seated in the North Gallery, we have with us today Eric Lewis. Eric, please stand. He's the proprietor of the Cycle Center located in West Huntington that was founded 50 years ago by his father, Larry Lewis, and 2 other business partners. Since that time, they have grown into a multi-line motorcycle side-by-side and e-bike dealer. His father passed in October 2019, but Eric is continuing to expand and carry on the business, as always, supporting recreational enthusiasts and the community. As a young man, I would go to his shop and my mouth would water over the nice bikes and ATVs there. So Senate, please join me in making him welcome.
The senator from Nicholas County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a few introductions today. I'd like to thank our chaplain today from the Division of Forestry, first of all, Charlie Spencer. His father, Dale, is in our South Gallery, and so is his brother, Clayton Spencer. If they would stand, would the Senate make them welcome? Also today, we have some West Virginia Honorary Secretary of States in the gallery. From the Buchanan Upshur High School, we have Myra Ramos and Morgan Goodman, if they would stand. They did a great job from last summer until November of last year. They did 100% of eligible students to vote in their high school, so if the Senate would make them welcome. And one more. This is the West Virginia Farm Bureau. They are here in Charleston today celebrating agriculture. There are multiple guests in the gallery, so if they would stand, would the Senate make them welcome?
The senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your honors and mine, and on behalf of my senior senator from Braxton, to welcome are the parents of our page, Josie Bennett. Her mother and father, Laura and Andy, are up here in the gallery, and Andy is one of our state park superintendents from up in the Harrison County area. But thank you for bringing her down. Make them feel welcome, please.
The senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the East Gallery, I want to introduce my Fraser Singleton intern for the week from Wood County. So on behalf of the senior senator and myself from the 3rd, Alec Smith. Alec, if you'll stand up, and would the Senate make him feel welcome?
The senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the senator from Logan and, frankly, all of our senators here today, we're very pleased to have Black Lung Association representatives from Nicholas, Fayette, Kanawha, and Boone counties in the gallery to my left. They're very interested in Senate Bill 54, Senate Bill 632, and Senate Bill 624. If they would stand in the Senate, make them welcome.
The senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your pleasure and mine, and on behalf of the Senator from Tucker County and myself, I'm pleased to have in the North Gallery today a couple special people, a couple individuals that I can probably attribute most of my achievements in life to. In the North Gallery, would my mother and father, Rick and Alice SYPOLT, please stand and be welcomed by the Senate.
The Senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is my honor, on behalf of the senior senator from the 16th and myself, to have the Senate welcome our county prosecutor. Matt Harvey is up here, I believe, where I can't see him, to my left. Will the Senate please make him feel welcome?
The Senator from Pleasants County.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the gallery to my right is a longtime friend and probably had a lot to do with me getting here in the first place. Elvin Engelkey, would you and your friends please stand?
Further introductions. The Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. On your behalf and my junior senator from the 8th's behalf, one of our pages today, we have a couple of family members that are here. I'd ask that they stand, Derek Walker and Denise Tucker. And Senate, give them a warm welcome.
The Senator from Greenbrier County.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've got 3 pages here today, and I know you've already introduced them, but I think they need a little extra special recognition. If Gracie, Austin, and Will stand up for a second. These 3 students from Midland Trail High School, we're very fortunate. Usually parents, grandparents, or teachers will bring our students. These students drove themselves here today, and I think that shows a tremendous amount of dedication they have to our state, and we appreciate that greatly. I'd also like to say that Austin is running for House of Delegates. And he happens to be in a different party, but he's a good fella who is working very hard to try and serve his community, and I think the Senate would be glad to welcome you all here today. Will you please join me?
Thank you. Further introductions. Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of House Bill 2527 relating to forgery and other crimes concerning lottery tickets.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4003 relating to telehealth insurance requirements.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4061, Health Benefit Plan Network Access and Adequacy Act.
Message will be received, referred to Committee on Health and Human Resources with a second reference to the Committee on the Judiciary.
House Bill 4582, declaring certain claims against agencies of the state to be moral obligations of the state.
Message will be received, referred to Committee on Finance.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4611 relating to fireworks.
Message will be received, referred to Committee on Finance.
House Bill 4618 relating to deadly weapons for sale or hire.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on the Judiciary.
House Bill 4661 relating to the powers of the Public Service Commission and the regulation of natural gas utilities.
Message will be received and referred to Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining.
House Bill 4691 relating to employment in areas of critical need in public education.
Message will be received and referred to the Committee on Education. Are there further communications from the House?
No, sir.
Communications from the Executive?
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 554 relating to termination, expiration, or cancellation of oil or natural gas leases, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Banking and Insurance has had under consideration Senate Bill 599, clarifying when claimant may file cause of action without screening certificate of merit, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Michael T. Azinger, Chair.
Report will be received under the original double committee reference, be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 732, authorizing fee payment and expense reimbursement for attorneys who participate on court teams established by the
the Supreme Court of Appeals, and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on Finance. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Message be received, referred to Committee on Finance.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 733, recognizing political party status, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4011, reorganizing various boards and authorities for the licensing and oversight of trades, occupations, and professions, and has amended same and reports the same back with recommendation that it do pass as amended, but under the original double committee reference, first be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary. Respectfully submitted, Mark R. Maynard, Chair.
Report will be received under the original double committee reference, be referred to Committee on the Judiciary.
Your Committee on Natural Resources has had under consideration engrossed House Bill 4381 relating to lifetime hunting, fishing, and trapping licenses for adopted children, and reports the same back with the recommendation that it do pass. Respectfully submitted, Bill Hamilton, Chair.
Report will be received.
That's all I have, sir.
Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill 747 through 751 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
The junior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 747 through 751 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Resolution 37 by Senator Jeffries designating February 12, 2020 as West Virginia Literacy Day.
Under the rules of the Senate, the resolution will lie over one day. Are there further resolutions?
No, sir.
Motions. Petitions.
There are none.
Unfinished business.
Senate Resolution 35, congratulating Gary Young, the West Virginia Outstanding Tree Farmer for 2020.
The junior senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, the committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption.
Junior senator from the 17th requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be placed upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 35, congratulating Gary Young, West Virginia's Outstanding Tree Farmer for 2020.
The question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? The junior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the great honor today of recognizing Mr. Gary Young, who was also recognized by the Forestry Division for his excellence in tree farming. He has an 898-acre tree farm with his wife, Penny Young, down in Putnam County. And I get to overlook that incredible forest from where I live, and it's one of the majestic pieces of things that you'll see in West Virginia. When you look at the forest in West Virginia, it's something we're recognized for. It's some people come here, they travel from all over the country to get to see our forest, and it's from people that, like we're recognizing today, that keep that majesty going for us. The things that they do, one is they promote good growth, improve the overall quality of the property, and generate income for possible sale of forest products. I know Gary's passion is probably part of the reason he's been recognized for this, because if you pull him aside, this is where the conversation goes. I don't care what you start with, and it's about the forest and about timber products in West Virginia. One of the things that they've been recognized for is that he's been managing stands for wildlife habitat, clean water, controlling invasive species, and sharing a conservation ethic with public and other landowners while promoting the education of young people in sound practices of forest management. I would like to congratulate both Gary and Penny upon being selected as the winner of West Virginia's Outstanding Tree Farmer Award for 2020. And he's here today with Larry Six and Barry Crouch of the Forestry Division and the Forestry Association's Tree Committee as well, Tree Farm Committee. And one other thing I would add to this is just I've got to know Gary for a long time, and he's one of the people that we can be really proud of for commercial development and being respectful with that development with regards to our natural resources here in West Virginia. So it's a great honor to recognize him, and it's a great honor to know that you're a neighbor that gets recognized by a forestry division for all of your labors. So, Mr. President, I would enthusiastically encourage adoption of this resolution.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate is adoption of resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our question unanimous consent that the comments by the senator from Putnam be placed in the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess to present this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate in recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Are there further items under unfinished business?
Yes, sir. Senate Resolution 36, recognizing the 75th birthday of Smokey Bear.
Senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee references dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will please read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 36, recognizing the 75th birthday of Smokey Bear.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the resolution. Is there discussion? The Senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Here we are, 75 years, just like in the blink of an eye. It's pretty incredible. You notice that the resolution is about Smokey Bear, but most people know this icon is Smokey the Bear, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. Interestingly enough, Smokey Bear had its origins back in the World War II era, where the Empire of Japan was using or had contemplated using wildfires as a way of distracting the American people from the war effort and an act of terrorism. So really, in a lot of ways, this was an early swipe at homeland security. In 1942, there were fires ignited off the west coast of the United States, shells which were launched from submarines, and also I learned that later on during the war, there were firebombs which were ballooned across the United States and dropped into forested areas to promote the burning of forest fires. A few people died from those also. So in order to combat that, the United States Forest Service organized the Cooperative Forest Fire Prevention Program. They had the assistance of the War Advertising Council and the Association of State Foresters to rally the Americans to convince them that being more careful with fire would help America win the war. They had slogans like "Forest fires aid the enemy," and "Our carelessness, their secret weapon." Those icons were spread across the country during the war, and then after the war, things turned more to a civil side, where care will prevent 9 out of 10 forest fires. In 1944, "Only you can prevent forest fires" was their next slogan. In 1950, in the Capitan Gap fire in New Mexico, there was an orphan cub bear which was discovered who had crawled up inside of a hollowed out tree in order to save himself from the fire. Although his legs and paws were burned severely, he was able to survive. And at first he was called Hotfoot Teddy. But then later, I guess 2 and 2 came together, and that's where the actual living Smokey the Bear came from. He lived for many years beyond that. In 1952, Steve Nelson and Jack Rollins wrote the popular anthem Smokey Bear. But because of the way the rhythm of the song went, they had to put the "the" in there, Smokey the Bear, and that's where, we talk about Smokey the Bear right now. Just a little side note, Jack Rollins is a native of West Virginia. He was a native of Kaiser, West Virginia, actually. More noted for Frosty the Snowman and Peter Cottontail, but he also was a co-author of Smokey Bear, or Smokey the Bear. So, Mr. President, I would like to tell you that Smokey the Bear has been an icon in America folklore and preservation and forest preservation now for many, many decades. It'd be hard to replace that, and I would certainly urge adoption of Senate Resolution 36 in honoring of Smokey Bear's 75th birthday. As a side note, before we recess, I would like to also bring to your attention that the Senate was opened today by prayer of the chaplain, which is under a new program along with the Honor Guard, new programs of the Division of Forestry, and they are available for the public to request them to come and open and close meetings. Mr. President, I urge adoption of Senate Resolution 36.
Further discussion, the Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also rise in support of this resolution. I come from an area of the state that there's a lot of intentional forest fires, there's timber theft, and these folks that work in the Division of Forestry are fantastic, hard-working people. And I'm also aware of some of their secret weapons.
good old hound dog or two that can track these people down and have actually caught people miles and miles away from where the fires were intentionally set. So I know they take good care of those dogs, and again, just a great asset to again our natural resource, our timber natural resource, and our forests. And I can't say enough good things about them. How hard they work, the dangers they're in. You know, how they get back into a hilltop somewhere and set a fire break to keep that rest of the mountain from burning. So I urge adoption.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not the question for the Senate is adoption of resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the resolution adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the comments from the senators from Preston and Boone be placed in the appendix of the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting this resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution, or declare the Senate in brief recess to present this resolution. Senate will please come to order. The Senate will please come to order. Are there additional items under unfinished business? Recognize the senior senator from the 8th. What purpose senior senator from the 8th will seek recognition?
We return to second order business.
Senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent to return to second order of business. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed. Introduction of guests.
Thank you, Mr. President. In our left at the gallery, we have with us today Sheriff DeWeese and Sheriff Porterfield. If they would stand, I'd like for the Senate to make them welcome.
Further introductions? Further items under unfinished business?
There are none.
Bills on third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 97, allowing senior judge to continue receiving per diem compensation beyond annual salary of sitting judge due to delay by governor in filling vacancy. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 97 amends a single section of the state code. It is Chapter 51, Article 9, Section 10. Article 9 relates to the retirement system for judges of courts of record. This is an amendment to a section which the legislature amended last year, making clear that it's the legislature which has the authority to set the salaries payment for judges who are serving in senior status. And it authorizes, the bill we passed last year, authorizes the Chief Judge of the Supreme Court of Appeals to lift the cap in certain limited enumerated circumstances. Current law, those include a protracted or temporary illness or medical condition of a judge. A second is a lengthy suspension. During the argument over the course of the last year of the case of Purdue versus McCuskey before the Supreme Court, Judge Lawrenson, who was serving by temporary assignment on the court for that case, posed a great question, which was, why does not the statute provide for the Chief Judge to lift the cap in a circumstance where there's a long delay and an absence of a judge because of a long delay in the governor's appointment to fill a judicial vacancy. So this bill would add that as a reason under subsection D, under which the Chief Justice, would have statutory authority to lift that cap. The bill also the committee substitute also strikes subsection F, which required the institution of the case in which that question was posed, Purdue versus McCuskey. Be happy to try to answer any questions, Mr. President. Otherwise, I urge the passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Senator from Cabell County. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 131, creating Tim Tebow Act. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 131 defines the Tebow student to include a student instructed at home or by private tutor or enrolled in a private parochial or church school who does not attend a school that is a member of the WVSSAC. It also defines member school and other terms. The committee substitute provides that a Tebow student can participate in extracurricular activities sponsored by a member school that the student would be authorized to attend. It also provides that a Tebow student who leaves a member school during the school year is subject to the same transfer protocols that apply to any other member-to-member transfer. Participation by a T-BOW student is conditioned on the following. The student registers with the school an intention to participate in the extracurricular activities. The student pays any participation or activity fee in an amount equal to the fee charged to the member school participant. The student adheres to the same standards of behavior, responsibility, performance, disciplinary procedures and penalties, and code of conduct as all other participants. The student adheres to the same academic standards as other participants of the team or activity, with those standards confirmed by appropriate documentation. The committee substitute also sets forth what is the appropriate documentation. The student complies with the same physical examination and immunization requirements as other participants, and the student satisfies the same residency requirements as other students in the school at which the student participates. The committee substitute also includes language relating to fair treatment of T-BOW students and member schools with T-BOW students. Lastly, language is included that provides that the intent is not to guarantee a T-BOW student trying out for an interscholastic sport or other extracurricular activity will make the team, but just that they have a chance to try out. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Recognize Senator from Cabell County.
Thank you, Mr. President. A few years ago, I was in a position to be an assistant boys basketball coach for Huntington High School. And during that 4-year period, we won 3 AAA state championships. Of course, it helped that we had 2 NBA lottery picks on that team. O.J. Mayo and Patrick Patterson never had a bad coach. But one of the things I learned during that period of time was the value of inclusion, including children, youth in sports. And some of the things that I noted that those student athletes made a list. I saw that it lifted their confidence. I think sports promote leadership. Certainly there was a better understanding of diversity that I saw. I think sports promote a better empathy for other students. And I think sports participation promotes self-restraint, self-discipline. So with all that being said, I wonder why we would exclude these students from that participation and that growth, that socialization. I've been asking, because I've been undecided on this bill, I've been asking why would we exclude a certain segment of our youth from these experiences that likely will enhance their quality of life. And unless I hear a good reason that I haven't heard yet, I would encourage passage.
Is there further discussion? The senator from Logan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I reluctantly must speak in opposition to this bill. I do not think that any child in the homeschool setting or the parochial setting should be discriminated against. Them coming into the system is not my concern. Them coming to play sports in our public schools is not my concern. I think they should have all the opportunities afforded them as any other child. Their parents pay taxes, and I get that. But let's talk about the unintended consequences that could arise from this bill. The counties I represent and the county which I call home of Logan, sports is king. Logan and Chapmanville have storied histories with respect to basketball, baseball, and other sports. Sports is way more important in southern West Virginia than an education ever was, and although that's sad, it's a fact, it's reality. My concern about this bill is that child that comes from the broken home, that's a marginal student, that he's doing his level best to make a seed where he can be qualified to play ball. What happens to him now with respect to this bill when it gets close to the end of the semester and he's not making the grades, and then his single parent or grandparent decides, man, I got to keep him somehow eligible to play basketball at Logan or Chapmanville High School. Let's just let him go home. And then he misses that hot meal at breakfast, meal at lunch. lunch. It's not the kids coming in that concern me. It's the kid that's going to migrate out. It's that marginal student. The one that's got a good home life and 2 supportive parents, he's going to be fine. We all know that. But is there the possibility of having unintended consequences because of this bill for kids that are already in the public school system to gracefully bow out and use this? And it's sad because Tim Tebow is a wonderful man and a great example of an American. I wish they'd found a different name for the bill, because I don't think that's what he would have wanted. That kid that's marginal needs to stay in the most productive environment he can be in, not go home. And they said, well, we're going to homeschool him now, when actually no one's homeschooling him. And he sits home and watches cartoons or TV. He doesn't get a hot meal, no breakfast, no lunch. And I know you might say, well, he's pandering here. I'm not pandering. This is reality. Having been a 3-term board member, I see this. I see it every day. I worry about these children and the unintended consequences of the bill. We have some wonderful parochial schools in our county. We've got a homeschool ministry that I was fortunate enough to introduce the other day. They do a great work. All children are not fit. Fit's not the right word, but it's not a good fit for all students to go to public schools. I get that. Some kids are bullied. I get that. I'm not trying to deny them their right, but we need to really keep our eye on this. The state board needs to look and see how many people we lose. This bill's going to pass, but if we start seeing those people on the fringes falling out, we need to do something and go back and revisit it and try to tighten it up and amend it to make it better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? The senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in reluctance opposition to this bill. Let me start off by saying that I've supported the Tim Tebow bill for homeschoolers, I believe, the last 2 times it's come before us. I know I have in education. But my issue with this bill, we made very clear in education, is that it's going to upset the system that governs high school sports in this state by permitting private and parochial schools that are not part of the SSAC to be able to take advantage of this. Homeschool kids, whether you think it's a good idea or not, had we simply adopted any one of the gentlemen from Greenbrier's amendments yesterday, this bill would have been great for homeschool kids. We would have compensated the schools. It wouldn't have been any burden on them. Sure, it was going to cause some issues with kids coming in that maybe didn't belong to the school, but maybe we could have worked around that. But think what we're doing with the private and parochial schools that are not part of the SSAC. Charleston Catholic is a member of the SSAC. They don't have a football team, but under the rules of the SSAC, which are made from the principals from those very schools, those kids cannot go to a public school and play football because of SSAC rules. Under this bill, and we try to amend it out without success, every private and parochial school that's not a member of the SSAC can send their kids to a public school to play ball. Now, what that's going to invite is the concerns I've always had about this bill, and we took care of it for homeschoolers by making them go to the school within their district. When you go to a private or parochial school, you may not even be from the same county or the same part of the state. You might not even be from this state, but yet we're going to give them unfettered access to our public school sports activities. I think that's a mistake. What interest would Charleston Catholic have in staying in the SSAC and not allowing their kids to be able to take advantage of that opportunity? How many parents, and I agree, parents we all pay taxes. Our taxes are used in a multitude of ways. And parents who choose to send their kids to private and parochial schools are making a choice, a free choice about education. But we should not allow our system of public education and public sports activities to be upset in an effort to accommodate their desire for their kids to play sports. I made that choice. My brothers made that choice. Two of my brothers went to Catholic school. You know why? Because they had baseball there. I was a wrestler. I didn't need to go to Catholic school to play baseball, but they made that decision to go there to play baseball. I stayed in public school. I'm proud that I did. I think they did a great job educating me, and I'm happy that I went to public school, but that's a choice that we're all given. That's what it means to be in this country, to be able to make that choice, not to be able to make that choice and then take advantage of the public school system. I'm hesitant. I want our homeschool kids to be able to take advantage. I have some of the same concerns as my friend from Logan. I think we make a mistake in homeschooling when we don't keep out the parents who are using it to get out of truancy in our public schools, whose kids, they can't get their kids to go to school, or they don't want to make their kids go to school, so they put them in homeschooling. Who's going to educate those kids? But yet we're now going to let them do that without any kind of a protection for those children. We're going to let them also come into the system to play sports in our public schools. I think that's a mistake. But my biggest concern are the private and parochial schools who are not part of the SSAC system, and I think this bill upsets that system, and wrongly. I'm against the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? The senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually find myself in the opposite side of the senator from Harrison, because I voted against this bill in private iterations, mainly because it was related to student standards, and they were different as they appear in this bill. But this year I've decided to support the bill because of those concerns I believe have been alleviated in my mind, but also because this has a little bit of a personal respect or aspect for me. When I was young, my mom married into a very large Italian family, which meant that they were all Catholics. And so when I started grade school, I went to Catholic school. And so I went to Catholic school 1st through 9th grade. And I went to Madonna High School in Weirton my freshman year. But all through that time, I had always been on a summer swim team. And so as I started to really enjoy being on the swim team, I was kind of stuck because Madonna, which was a Catholic high school, didn't have a swim team. And so despite the fact that I lived in Wellsburg, where Brooke was, I went to school in Weirton, I couldn't be on the team. And so I had to make a decision at the end of my freshman year. Now, I would have loved to have stayed at Madonna with my friends that I had gone to school with for several years and have graduated from there, but I had to make a decision. And you know, when you're young, athletics was the bigger part of that. And so I made the decision that if I was going to continue swimming, I was going to have to transfer to Brooke. And it worked out, and I swam at Brooke, and I swam in college. I swam at Fairmont State. But, you know, looking back now, it all worked out, but it might not work out for every student. And they might not really find friends in a new group to hang out with when they transfer to a much larger public school. And that student might want to stay in the smaller Catholic high school that they had started in and where all their friends were, but just wanted the opportunity to participate on an athletic team that they didn't have the chance to at that school. And so I remember, you know, all of this happening back in 1995 and the decision that I had to make. And like I said, it all worked out, but for some kids that decision might not work out the same. And so if we can make some changes that I think are responsible with what we have in front of us, that another student won't have to make that kind of decision. They'll have that chance to stay with their friends at the school they're at and play on the athletic team and the sport that they love, then I think it's a good opportunity for them. So I support the bill this year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion? Before I recognize Senator from Cabell for a second time. Are there others desiring to speak? Recognize Senator from Cabell for a second time.
Thank you. Will the senator from Harrison yield?
Senator from Harrison yield? Please say no.
I haven't made my mind up yet.
Senator does yield.
I've been told no so many times myself. I think I should just say no and sit back down.
Now, Senator,
I absolutely yield, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, I've been around you a long time, and you are always in favor of inclusion, especially with our youth, our children. Now, why would you exclude these children from participating in sports when their parents are paying their property taxes?
Are you finished? I think that you're absolutely right. And as I said when I was in opposition to this bill, I think that the homeschool kids should be included. My concern is we've not considered the system as it currently exists, as it governs itself. Again, we're micromanaging the school system, this time from a athletic standpoint, but by allowing the non-SSAC private and parochial schools into this system, we're actually disadvantaging the private and parochial schools that are part of the SSAC, that are part of that are SSAC members, that are making the rules that governs athletics in our high schools. If we want to take it over, we ought to get rid of the SSAC and make it the legislature who makes those decisions.
Well, let me see if I can get you to answer this question, since you didn't answer that one. You've used the word choice. There's a choice made that the student is homeschooled, right? That was your argument a minute ago.
Difference is they're not going to a school, Senator. They're choosing to be homeschooled. Okay. I think that's different from choosing to going to Charleston Catholic or any other particular parochial private school. That's a choice of a different education system. I think our homeschoolers are still within our public education system in a couple of ways. One, they're overseen by the public education system, and two, if they want to come in and take a class in the public education system, they're permitted. A private or parochial school student is not permitted to come in and out of the public school system the way homeschoolers are. I think they're a different animal. I like the idea of including homeschoolers, of giving them this advantage of being able to enter into the athletic system of the high schools. I don't think it should apply to our private and parochial schools that are not in that system.
Well, answer for the Senate here. Who makes that choice? Is it the child or the parent?
Well, parents, well, depends on which family you're in, I suppose. I think a lot of students sometimes probably influence their parents, but I think parents are making that choice. You're right. And to the extent that their child is bearing the burden of that choice, that happens all the time. We do it in elections. Children bear the fruits of our votes and who we elect to be our leaders, in the same way that they have to bear the burden of what your parents choose in the way of your education. Some kids get good education, some kids don't. A lot of times it comes back on the parents.
So you're going to punish the kid for the choice the parent makes, right?
Well, I'm really not trying to punish anybody, Senator. That was never my intention. My intention is not to disrupt a system that is governing the entire state in high school athletics. My intention is not to allow our desire to help one group of students by disadvantaging all the rest of them by allowing non-SSAC member private and parochial schools from entering into the public school system athletics unless they want to be a member of the SSAC and abide by their rules.
I'm sure the body would like us to go on all day, but thank you, Mr. President.
I told you I'd answer every question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Senator from Jefferson wishes to close debate. Senator from Jefferson is recognized to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, once again, just appreciate the opportunities we have to talk about these issues. And in terms of the concern that was raised regarding students who may be leaving the school system because they're not doing so well in school or because of truancy issue, I want to emphasize for the members, this bill actually has additional criteria and oversight over those students who wish to participate in Tim Tebow, and it's actually reassures me greatly. If you want to be a Tim Tebow student, and let's say you leave school because you're not doing so well, or because you're having issues with truancy and not showing up, the amount of proof that the parents are going to have to turn over to the school to show that their child is at level and doing well is actually double what a regular homeschool student has to do. So we have more oversight over those students. So I just want to make sure that the membership understood that it is actually a great way of providing more oversight for those who want to participate. In addition, in terms of the intention that some have brought up in terms of the private schools and all that, I just want to point out that this is all permissive. It's not mandatory. No one is being forced. So to finish off, I just want to say, one of my core beliefs, one that drives me, is I want to do everything I can to ensure that we're meeting the needs of all the kids in West Virginia. And as chair of the Education Committee, I have worked with colleagues in both houses to pass major reforms that have tried to open up opportunities for our families. This legislation would allow students that attend private school or homeschool that meet certain criteria to participate in public school sports or band. We need to tune out all the political noise surrounding this issue, and we need to focus on the children. We want our kids to have the experiences that's going to help them to be successful as adults. Part of that, I believe, is extracurricular activities. Our job is to provide our kids with as many opportunities as we can so they can be successful and so that they can be enriched by being here in West Virginia. I just urge everyone to please support this legislation, which I believe does just that. Thank you, Senate President.
Thank you. The question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? I recognize the senator from Raleigh County.
President, I request a ruling on Senate Rule 43 since I'm affiliated with a private school.
Your inquiry is properly placed as to Rule 43, and it's my understanding that you are a member of a class and therefore will be required to vote. Thank you. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 24 yeas, 9 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Junior senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent. The bill be made effective July 1, 2020, and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question there being 24 yeas, 9 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective July 1, 2020. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 208, protecting consumers from unfair pricing practices during state of emergency. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 208 would amend 2 sections of the West Virginia Code, both in Chapter 46A of the Code within Article 6J. Amendments are to Sections 2 and 3, all relating to the article regulates price gouging, unfair pricing practices during and shortly after a state of emergency. So the amendments in Section 2 of the Act is a definition section, and the bill changes the definition of state of emergency. That's a defined term in the Act, and the change in the amendment is it strikes the language when there is a major disaster declaration or emergency declaration that has been issued by the President of the United States under the United States Code. So we're decoupling. It's effectively the definition change decouples state of emergency and limits the provisions of the Act to only those states of emergency which are declared by the Governor of West Virginia or the Legislature of West Virginia. The second section of the Act that's amended, Section 3, the amendment to that section is in the prohibited practices, and we add new language to it, a new subsection, subsection E, that would read, on the 15th day after the declaration of a state of emergency, and each 15th day thereafter, for so long as the state of emergency exists, the governor shall review the scope of goods to which this article applies and may issue a proclamation maintaining, limiting, terminating, or extending the price restrictions imposed by the article. So what the change in the law there is, the governor is required to do a review every 15 days. We don't require the governor to take action. It's still within his discretion, but makes it clear that he could extend or terminate the price gouging protections that exist in the law. Be happy to try to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge the bill's passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question there being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 517, creating State Parks and Recreation Endowment Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Upshur County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Committee substitute for Senate Bill 517. The committee substitute would create a new Article 5A under Chapter 20 of the Code, creating a special revenue account called the State Parks and Recreation Endowment Fund, which would house the royalties received from the leasing of state-owned gas, oil, and other mineral rights beneath the Ohio River and its tributaries. An 11-member board of trustees would be established to administer the fund and would be required to invest the assets of the fund. Investment income would be expended for either of two purposes: maintaining, repairing, or improving existing recreational facilities at state parks, forests, and rails trails, or maintaining, repairing, and procuring fixtures, furnishings, and equipment for state parks, forests, and rail trails. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 575, designating local fire department as safe surrender site to accept physical custody of certain children from lawful custodian. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 575, it permits fire departments that have obtained a designation as a safe surrender site to be added as an additional location for children to be voluntarily relinquished within 30 days of birth. The bill provides for procedures after the fire department takes possession of the child, which includes delivery to the nearest hospital, notification of child protection services, and handling of further inquiries. The bill also details the process of designation of a safe surrender site. Mr. President, I urge passage.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 607, reporting motor vehicle crashes to owners. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple bill that amends West Virginia Code 17C47 relating to motor vehicle crash reports. The committee substitute requires that within 24 hours of a motor vehicle crash, the investigating law officer share the owner, operator, and insurance information for all persons involved in the crash with all the other owners or operators involved in the crash who are requesting such information. The submittal of the information is required whether or not the crash report has been completed. I will answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 618, conforming West Virginia law to federal distance requirements for locations of salvage yards. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Wetzel County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 16 puts West Virginia in compliance for federal distance requirements for obtaining a license to operate a salvage yard. Changes from 5,000 feet to 1,000 feet away from an occupied residence located in a residential community. Provides that license for salvage yard are permitted to be issued for ones operating within 1,000 feet of any road within the state road system or classified for purposes of allocation of federal highway funds, as long as it is not visible from the main travel pathway and is obscured. It must be obscured by a fence or other blockade. The floor amendment put an exception for existing exception exists for compliance with the newly imposed federal standard for already existing operating salvage yards. I'll be glad to answer any questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption or passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Recognize the senator from Monongalia County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Gentlemen, yield.
Senator yield. Senator does yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Just real quick, I just want to clarify this. So we're dealing with a salvage yard here, and you're taking the distance from a residence down from 5,000 feet to 1,000. Am I correct?
That is correct.
That is my only question. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Recognize senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the chairman continue to yield?
Senator yield. Senator does yield.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question about the distance requirement from a home. Does that prevent a owner-operator of a salvage yard from having a house on the property for an overseer or a guard?
No, as long as his written permission is received from the owner of the house.
I see. Thank you.
He's fine.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 654, allowing certain sheriffs transfer from PERS to Deputy Sheriff Retirement System. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Recognize the senator from Wood County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 654 would allow certain sheriffs under the Public Employment Retirement System to transfer their participation to the Deputy Sheriff's Retirement System. Members who transfer must pay the difference in employee contributions between the two systems, which is based on calculations of the CPRB. I'm happy to answer questions. Otherwise, Mr. President, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 657, allowing designation of tourism development districts. Third reading of the bill.
The question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The senior senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 657 will allow the Development Office to establish up to 5 tourism development districts in Class 4 municipalities upon application by the developer of a tourism development project of $25 million or more who has already received a tax credit against the sales tax for the project. Projects within a tourism development district are not subject to zoning and land use restrictions and certain other regulations of the municipalities in which they are located. Project developers are, however, obligated to pay service fees, utility fees, and municipal taxes, including B&O tax, sales tax, property tax, and hotel occupancy tax for the project. The Department of Transportation is authorized to support street and road development related to the project within the municipality. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion? Not. All those in favor will vote yea. Recognize the senior senator from the 16th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would the Government Work Chair yield?
Senator yield. Senator does yield.
Senator, one of the questions, and I'd like for you to clarify, it says that in the bill, it says that the proposed district shall be entirely or partially within the corporate limits of the municipality. And then, of course, if this district's in that is partially or entirely or partially in the corporation, then it goes on and says that municipality cannot have ordinances, resolutions, administration acts, enacting or adopting any type of enforcement ordinances, regulations, and so forth. My question is, if this district is not entirely in the corporate realm, that means a portion of it will be in the county. So how would it be conducted? What's the county's role then, is if they have ordinances or if they have like zoning or other types of ordinances? The bill doesn't speak on county governments. It only talks about municipalities. So if the project is only partially in a municipality but the rest of it's in the county, what happens then?
I figure that there are not county policies in place that would restrict a development of this type. And the genesis of this is a $25 million project in a Class 4 would expand far beyond the city limits or municipality limits. So if there is county regulation that would restrict this business, then they would just have to address that as it comes available.
So are you saying that the project itself could ignore the municipal ordinances and zoning and all, but it could not ignore the counties?
It would be tough to ignore the counties because since this project of this magnitude expands far beyond the municipality, chances are it won't expand beyond the county. So the county regulations would probably need to remain intact.
So you're saying it would apply? I mean, the county regulations and zoning and development authority and all like that would apply?
County regulations would apply.
Okay, so this is just taking away the municipal authorities, right?
In the certain circumstances that are stated in the bill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Senator wish to speak to the bill?
Yeah, Mr. President, I want to just start off by saying that this past Sunday was a very special Sunday for me. Actually, it was my anniversary of my ordination to ministry. And actually, I remember on this Sunday, it was celebrating it. My good friends, the senator from Marion and the senator from Boone, they were actually present there. And was able to be part of that in the very church that I'm still serving, which is in Harpers Ferry, St. John's Lutheran Church, which of course is very historic. It was built 10 years prior to the Civil War, and it's the very church that when John Brown raided Harpers Ferry, there was a doctor that was a member of the church. He was walking his dog, the story says, and he saw the raiders coming over the hill, and he ran into that very church and started ringing that very bell that we still ring today. And it alerted the town folks, and they actually came up to that church and sought sanctuary and safety into that church. Later, it was turned into a hospital in the Civil War, when the Civil War came, and it actually accommodated both Union and Confederate troops at the same time, which was kind of very unusual. Also, I'm a pastor of 2 other churches there as well, St. John's Episcopal Church, which is very historic and built there, and then also Camp Hill United Methodist Church, which the very bricks that church was built from were from the armory and the arsenal that was actually in Harpers Ferry, which, by the way, to understand Harpers Ferry, and the reason I'm saying this is some people call this the Harpers Ferry Bill, so I want to give members a little bit of context, that some historians state that West Virginia wouldn't have become a state if it weren't for the Harpers Ferry area, for 2 reasons. One is because the B&O Railroad, going from the Baltimore to the Ohio, crosses through there, and the other was the Harpers Ferry Arsenal and Armory was located there, and that's before Lincoln ratified the state of West Virginia. He wanted to make sure that that area was part of the Union and not the Confederates for strategic reasons, right? So the very bricks that actually made arms for the war, President Grant granted land to build this church from those bricks of that armory. So in essence, kind of taking the sword and putting into a plow shell. What I'm really concerned about here is, as I was looking at all this and talking about Harpers Ferry, I know that there's been a lot of discussion about the hotel, and particularly in this community. And for me personally, I want to see that hotel built. I can remember even when I was very young and as a child, and even when I first ran for office, I would go to that hotel, and the overlook and the scenic view from that area is spectacular. I went up there actually this past Sunday as part of my ordination celebration, just to pray and look over that area. And what's so telling is the people that probably stood at that area and overlooked it. I mean, we're talking about folks like George Washington. We're talking about Thomas Jefferson. Lewis and Clark actually met in Harpers Ferry before moving to Pittsburgh for this. W.E.B. Du Bois, Frederick Douglass. Some of these people actually did this in that very hotel that we're talking about a lot of. Woodrow Wilson, Mark Twain, Pearl S. Buck. Some of these major folks have been there. And so actually I want to see this done. The concern I have with this particular piece of legislation, Mr. President, is it goes beyond just the hilltop. It actually affects all these municipalities, or potentially affects all these municipalities that I've passed out on your desk that are Class 4. Now, I want people to understand that out of 231 municipalities we have in West Virginia, we're talking about 171 Class 4. That's 74% of our municipalities throughout the state of West Virginia that could potentially be impacted by this. Okay, and because in this bill, it's just not one project. You have 5. You have 5 that are doing this. And I just got to, one of the things that came to mind, a parishioner of mine talked about, was that he's very supportive of the hotel as well, because our church is just right down the street from where it will be built. Talked about to me about the prophet of Samuel, and it kind of resonated with me in the sense that, see, the Israelites had judges and they had local governments, local authorities to help really manage their affairs. But the Israelites wanted to have a king. And the prophet Samuel warned the Israelite people to be careful of what they wished for. Because if they truly wanted a king to rule over them, then they would also have to, whatever comes from it, that they would have, the rulership, they would have to deal with it. And so out of desperation or maybe desire or great intensity for this, I know part of the community wants this piece of legislation, but I'm not sure if they really truly know everything that's in it and what they're wanting. They're wanting the hotel, but I think what they're looking at is what's going on here as far as, is this going to help us get the hotel? There's some concern here, Mr. President, about this bill. One of them is it stomps on the very authorities that we always talked about here, is local authority. We always talk about in this chamber about local government. We talk about that every individual citizen of West Virginia is encouraged to assume personal responsibility for self, family, and community. I mean, we talk about this here. We talk about home rule, and we talk about that West Virginia believes that government exists to serve and protect the interests of an individual without compromising the rights of life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness, right? Because that's all what we support, returning local control to all levels of government when constitutional. We talk about that, and then in this particular bill, we take it away. We take it away under certain conditions, almost the reverse home rule aspect. And so the question is, and then we bring in the Department of Transportation, and they can acquire land, or in one of the aspects they can acquire land on is actually using eminent domain. Eminent domain. And I wonder why we have this bill here today. So I asked the lobbyists. Some call them the game changers of the temple of democracy, right? The lobbyists. And I asked them, I said, where did this come from? Because I had not been aware of it. When I called back to Harpers Ferry and asked folks, because I'm in their living rooms, I go visit in their hospitals, I baptize their babies, I marry their children, I bury their loved ones. And I asked them, I said, did you hear anything? They said, no, we didn't know anything about it. So I asked the lobbyists, and one of them said to me, well, he said, I wrote it 3 weeks ago and gave it to the senator from Jefferson to introduce. And I said, well, did you have any discussions with any of the municipalities? Did you bring people together and talk about it to see if this is good policy or how it would impact these 171 other municipalities in any way? He said no. And then I started looking at the lobbyists. And all of a sudden I start looking at things because, and I don't know, being down here, you get a little bit, you kind of see dots and you try to connect the dots. And I see the lobbyists are not only lobbying for this particular hotel to do this, but they also lobby for gaming and gambling. And what's really ironic is they lobby for that, what is it called? The sports betting, the sports waging betting that we passed last year in this chamber, right? And what's interesting about this also, the various lobbyists that are actually pushing for this hotel, which, by the way, Harpers Ferry and other municipalities like Shepherdstown and others actually have an anti-gaming ordinance. But if this bill passes, it won't matter because all it can be is an expansion. But there's a bill being pushed at single reference over in the House by the same type of lobbyists that we go from using the sports betting for racetracks in the Greenbrier to expanding that the social sports waging operator will now be a holder of Class A license issued by the West Virginia Alcohol Beverage Control Administration that has been licensed by the commissioner to actually operate social sports waging business again. Well, I'm not saying that this particular hotel is going to do it. I don't think so. I think they're very reputable folks, and they own the Nationals and some other sports teams nationally. I don't know what the federal regulations are on them even being able to do something. But I'm not so much worried about the hotel in Harpers Ferry. I'm worried about the 4 other projects that's going to come about. I mean, my thing is if we're really talking about one hotel to get it done, why didn't we just have one? I mean, and that could be the one. But, it makes me suspect when I see that the level is so low. There's if I can find it here, there's a letter that one of my constituents wrote me that I'd like to share with you, and I did not get permission to use his name, but I will share just some excerpts, and I think it really kind of captures my feeling about this from Harpers Ferry. It says, for such a worthwhile project, talking about the hotel, it is a shame that all the other Class 4 municipalities, less than 2,000 residents, right next door and across the state must now be put in peril of losing control of their own right to manage to their own individual comprehensive plans. That's a high price to be paid by tens of thousands of innocent people, a number of whom stand in support of Make It Happen initiative. And that's the hotel building. The proposed legislation is draconian. It's measures to achieve the end we all seek. It will preempt the right of certain municipalities from enacting, adopting, implementing, or enforcing ordinance, regulations, or rules which limit in any way the creation of an acquisition, construction, equipping, development, expansion, operation of any tourism development project or tourism development expansion project not just new projects, in a tourism development district. Qualified projects may not be subject to municipal zoning, historical preservation, horticulture, noise, viewshed, lighting, development, or land use ordinances, restrictions, limitations, or approvals, nor may they be subject to the legal jurisdiction of the municipality in which the tourism development district is entirely or partially located. And it says affected communities would lose the right to appeal the state's decision because the decision of the development office is designated a tourism development district shall be final. We talked to, actually the senator from Jefferson said that yesterday, that the final decision is not even with them or with the power of the people or anything, it's with the courts. Or not even with the courts, it's with the development office. It says here, given such a sweeping loss of authority for small communities, the hurdle for projects to clear seems woefully too low. The Hilltop is reported to be a project in excess of $125 million. And by the way, Mr. President, I applaud that they got a lot of money in the sense of tax credit, about $49 million they got from the state in this area. And it says, why then have the limit written into the bill been set only $25 million? The increases of the probability that other communities may someday be faced with unintended consequences of this legislation. I continue to stand in earnest support of the Hilltop project as proposed and in the SWAN group, the developers, as its investors and developers. I wish I could say the same about this legislation as written. Mr. President, as I mentioned, our principles that we have stood for, or at least we talked about here on this Senate floor, such as we support returning local control to all levels of government when constitutional, and that the interest of the individual without compromising their rights, liberty, and property shouldn't be violated. We talked about that, but we're not living it. Now, you may ask me, what are you quoting from with all this, Senator? I mean, you know, you're saying that about supporting local control and how every citizen has a right for personal responsibility of self, family, and community, and be able to have their local control. What are you quoting? Well, Mr. President, I'm quoting the 2016 West Virginia Republican Party platform. That's what I'm quoting. And I think yesterday the senator from CAMPBELL talked about John Henry Newman, of a quote that he said, and I want to capture this here, so bear with me here for a second as it says here, we can believe what we choose, but we are answerable for what we choose to believe. John Henry Newman, of course, was a theologian, Anglican priest. They were becoming Roman Catholic and canonized this past year on October 13th by Pope Francis. Mr. President, I'm nervous in the sense that this brings in issues of taking people's local control, taking people's voice away, asking that the state step in, taking power away from the people, moving it to power to the state. And we all know that decision. We all know that decision here of Kelo versus New London, where the government taking of a property from one private owner to give to another to furtherance the economic development of it was permissible as long as it was public use. Well, it was a 5-4 U.S. Supreme Court decision, and the dissenters was what the senator from Morgan talked about with the intermediate court. One dissenter was Justice O'Connor, the other one was Rehnquist, Scalia, and Thomas. Very conservative justices were against taking private property, government taking private property, giving it to other private people for the purpose of public use. Mr. President, I just want us to think about what we're talking about here and what we're doing. What's the other 4 projects? Okay, we want the Hilltop. I want the Hilltop. We all want the Hilltop. But this issue coming from Harper's Ferry, which kind of the shot that started the Civil War started in Harper's Ferry, what are we starting right now with this piece of legislation, with these other municipalities, and what's going to happen to them Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further remarks, or excuse me, further discussion. Recognize Senator from Harrison County.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, there's an old saying in the justice system that good facts make bad law. My friends who participate with me in the bar will recognize that, because what we're going to allow to happen here is allow good facts to make a bad bill. And I stand in support of my friend from Berkeley who doesn't object to this development, because we all like development. If this development was in my area, I'd stand up on top of the high soapbox to yell that it's a good deal. But you know what? The folks that live in Harpers Ferry don't think it is. And I understand the controversy, the allegations that are made about the elections and whether or not this is a good development or a bad development. But you know what? I got 12 Class 4s in my district, 12. I look down the list here, some of you have a lot more, but all of you have some. And you know what? When the manure factory comes in that's going to invest $25 million, which is not that much money when it comes to an investment, and they want to put that manure factory in the middle of the downtown of one of my Class 4 townships, I don't want to tell them that I voted for a bill that took away their local control to stop it. Because you know what? It exposes the hypocrisy of this body. When I have heard so many people stand up and preach about local control and how important it is, and here we've let some dollars blind us. This isn't about Harpers Ferry. If it was, I'd vote for this. I'm not from Harpers Ferry. They're not in my district. You all are looking out for them, those of you that are from that district. I'm standing up because I have 12 Class 4s in my district who I cannot explain why I'm going to take their right to say that what can go inside their borders or not, no matter how much the investment is. That's what local control is all about, my friends, and if you're for local control, you're a no vote on this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion, Senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just very quickly want to point something out. I don't know what the Senator from Harrison does in his spare time, given his remarks, but I would never go on a tour or consider a manure factory to be part of a tourism development project. What we're talking about here are tourism development projects, tourism projects. We're not talking about manure factories. We're talking about something that we've all been talking about in here, a project like this hotel that's in question. So I think that sometimes bad facts might make for good debate. We need to stick to what we're talking about in here, and that's tourism projects, not something like a manure factory. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion, Senator from Jefferson County.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will be brief as I can be. I just want to point out a few things. In order for this project to take place, it has to qualify for the historic tax credit. There's set criteria for that. It is not ever going to be a factory. It's never going to be a landfill. It has to qualify for a historic tax credit and draw in tourism dollars. I also want to point out that in terms of sports betting or any kind of, gaming, gambling, folks who own professional baseball, soccer, hockey, whatever, professional sports, they're actually prohibited from betting, and those are federal regulations. They cannot participate in any kind of gaming. So I just want to, again, just point out a few things so folks know and understand. But more importantly than anything else, this bill is permissive. It is possible that there may be no other project beyond the one that many have brought up, the Hilltop House in Harpers Ferry. It is permissive. It is creating a tool for the Department of Commerce and for the small municipalities to use, if needed, if it fits the criteria, a tool that will help our small towns who may not have the resources to bring a big project, over $25 million or more, into their towns. A tool that could help us with economic development. But it's permissive. It may never, and there's nothing that requires it to be used. And there's been a lot of talk about local control, and I will be honest, I am a supporter of local control, and I have fought for local control. It absolutely caused me to pause and to think very deeply when considering this legislation. But there is no more local control than an individual control, and that includes self-control. And I'm very much afraid that unfortunately, because of the lack of a few individuals' self-control, things have just gone so long, so far in this beautiful town that, you know, I'm there. I'm from Harpers Ferry. I don't live in the historic town, but I'm right outside it. And the number of letters and emails that I have received, I mean, this is really dividing up a community. So my senior senator from the 16th read an email from a constituent, and if I may, I'm just going to briefly cite an email that I received. I'm not going to give the name. This is a 30-year resident of Harpers Ferry and a former 3-term president of the Harpers Ferry Board of Zoning Appeals. And he's still a member of the Board of Zoning Appeals. I reluctantly request that you support Senate Bill 657. I no longer believe that the current mayor and town council can effectively represent the town of Harpers Ferry in negotiations with the developer of the Hilltop Hotel. This is indeed a difficult decision for me as, under normal circumstances, I support home local rule and have for years supported and considered our current elected officials personal friends. In the past year, we had an election that was tainted. Recent council meetings and public forums have been chaotic and out of control. Unfortunately, in the current political climate, which is dominated by the Hilltop issue, the town has been unable to administer or even hold a civil town council meeting. This is embarrassing. At this point, I believe the state of West Virginia needs to intervene. This obviously caused some pain for that constituent to write to me, just as it causes me, you know, some second thoughts and consideration. I truly believe that this is an important bill and a good tool for us to have in our toolbox for economic development in our state. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Further discussion before I recognize the senior senator from the 6th. Closed debate. Senior senator from the 6th. Closed debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. One thing I want to mention that hasn't been brought up is this development company started in 2007 trying to make this hotel happen, and you know, wanted to spend $130 million. I want to address some of the concerns from the senior senator from 16th too. We may have to come back next year and make the number 10. You know, and this is just to add the development office to these little Class 4 municipalities that, you know, where $1 million project is a big deal to them, let alone $130 million. And the remarks from Senator Harrison reminds me of my dear grandmother who was born in 1908 that lived the classic Appalachian life that you hear about. She told me a story that there was a little girl that was crying one day, and her mother said, "Daughter, why are you crying?" And she said, "Well, I'm afraid when I grow up and get married and have kids that one of them will get up on that rock cliff and fall off and kill themselves." And my point being is we always worry about these topics that may or may not come to reality, and we don't address the problem at hand because we're scared to make any changes. So in my opinion, this is the right thing to do now, and we can always adjust it in the future, and I support this bill.
Question for the Senate is, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, excuse me. 21 yeas, 12 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Senator Rucker moved to amend the title of the bill.
Question for the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Junior Senator from 17.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage. All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 27 yeas, 6 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 2922 relating to requirements to obtain a final order of discharge and dismissal for possession of opiates or opioids. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? There's a discussion. Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 2922 would add a new section to our state code, and it goes in Chapter 60A, which is controlled substances, Article 4, offenses and penalties. The new section would be designated as Section 407A. Section 407 of the Act now is the probation without adjudication. A procedure that allows a person who has no prior drug offenses, who is convicted of possession, a misdemeanor possession offense, or pleads guilty to it, to receive probation without adjudication if he or she successfully completes a drug probation supervision by the court, and allowing the charge for first-time offenders, possession of marijuana, possession of other offenses, to be dismissed. The new section provides that with respect to substances other than marijuana, so what we're talking about are the remaining substances listed in Schedules 1, 2, 3, and 4 of the Uniform Controlled Substances Act, if a person is before the court on a charge of possession of one of those substances. And again, we're not talking about felonies. We're not talking about deliveries or possession with intent to deliver, but simple possession. The court has the authority to require, before allowing a defendant the Section 407 disposition, to require the defendant to be evaluated for admission into a drug court treatment program or to participate in a drug court treatment program or drug treatment program as a condition of awarding to the defendant Section 407 disposition and treatment. And subsection B of the new section says that if the defendant's determined to be an appropriate candidate for admission to drug court or drug treatment program, the court may make successful completion of either of those a requirement for obtaining a final order of discharge and dismissal. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I to the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 3039 relating to a court's consideration of the expression of a preference by a child in certain child custody matters. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 3039, as amended by the Judiciary Committee, and the amendment was adopted yesterday on the floor here, amends 3 existing sections of the state code. The first one is in Chapter 44, and it's Article 10, Section 4. Under current law, subsection A of that statute, under current law, a minor who's above the age of 14 may nominate his own guardian. The bill would add a subsection B, which provides that if a minor is below the age of 14, and if the court determines that it is in the best interests of the minor, the court may consider the preferences of a minor who, in the discretion of the court, has sufficiently matured that he or she can make an intelligent decision and preference. So the court's going to be permitted to consider the preferences of a child. That's in the context of a guardianship. The other two sections are in the Domestic Relations Code, Chapter 48, and both of them are in Article 9. Section 206 is related to the allocation of custodial responsibility. So the current law allows the court to consider, if it's in the best interest of a child, the preferences of a child who's 14 years of age or older. This bill would add language that allows the court to determine if it's in the best interests of a child, the preferences of a child under 14 years of age, but sufficiently matured that he or she can intelligently express a voluntary preference for one of his parents, his or her parents. A similar amendment in Section 402, which relates to the modification of custodial arrangements upon changed circumstances. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
The question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed House Bill 4030, increasing limit for application for original appointment as a firefighter to 40 years of age for honorably discharged veterans. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The Senator from Brooke County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4030 amends and reenacts Section 17 of Article 5 of Chapter 8. Under existing law, the Fireman Civil Service Commission in each municipality may not accept an application for original appointment if the individual applying is less than 18 years of age or more than 35 years of age at the date of his or her application. This bill amends and reenacts that portion of the code relating to the exceptions in subsections E, F, and G by increasing the age limit of an honorably discharged veteran of the United States Armed Forces, Reserves, or National Guard to 40 years of age. I'm happy to answer any questions. I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? If not, all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has a title amendment.
The Committee on the Military move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before Senate is adoption of title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action and send it to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for House Bill 4275, authorizing Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety promulgate legislative rules relating to the Fire Commission. Third reading of the bill.
Question before the Senate is, shall the bill pass? Is there discussion? The Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4275 is rules bundle. It's rules bundle number 7. And the members will be relieved to know that it has within it only 2 rules. One is, they're both from the State Fire Commission. So one relates to the State Fire Code, and that's codified at 87 CSR 1. And the second one is State Building Code. It's codified at 87 CSR 4. This has within it now the amendment adopted by the Senate yesterday to the House bill, and so we're passing it in a slightly different form. then the House of Delegates passed it. Mr. President, I'll be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, I urge passage of the bill.
Is there further discussion? Not all those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? Has every member voted? If so, clerk will close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question being 31 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than the majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk has the title amendment.
Committee on the Judiciary move to amend the title of the bill.
Question before the Senate is adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it. I declare the title amendment adopted. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage. On question unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective.
Junior Senator from the 17th moves that the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none. On this question being 31 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent and not voting, more than 2/3 of those elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Are there additional bills on third reading?
No, sir.
Bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 163 relating to municipal or county taxation of hotel rooms booked through marketplace facilitators. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 180 relating to second chance driver's license program. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 202 allowing 1 member of PSD board to be county commissioner.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 230 requiring State Board of Education provide routine education and suicide prevention. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill will be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 490 relating to criminal offenses against agricultural facilities.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Senate Bill 545 authorizing transfer of monies from Insurance Commission Fund to Workers' Compensation Old Fund. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 571 expiring funds from State Excess Lottery Revenue Fund to various accounts. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 583 creating program to further development of renewable energy sources.
Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the bill over 1 day while retaining its place on the calendar.
Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Senate Bill 641 allowing West Virginia CHIP flexibility and rate setting. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 647 permitting physician assistants and advanced practice registered nurses issue do not resuscitate orders. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 662 removing restrictions on fiduciary commissioners. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 664 adding physician's assistants to list of medical professionals capable of determining if individual lacks capacity. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 674 permitting DOH purchase hardware items and equipment from local sellers. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not. The bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2602, including possession of known stolen property and the offense of receiving or transferring stolen property. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on the Judiciary moved to amend the bill by striking out everything.
The senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the committee amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendment to the bill rewrites the section. The section amended is Chapter 61, Article 3, Section 16. Chapter 61 is our criminal code, Article 3, crimes against property. And this is the, excuse me, I said 16, it's Section 18, which defines the offenses of receiving or transferring stolen goods. And so the strike and insert amendment makes some technical changes to the way we word statutes. We eliminate the words "he shall be deemed" and just say the person is. But it adds possession of stolen goods, which he or a person knows or has reason to believe has been stolen, and it creates an exception. And the exception is that possession of stolen goods by a person while acting at the request of law enforcement or in cooperation with law enforcement does not constitute a violation of the section. Be happy to try to answer questions. I urge the adoption of the committee amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion. Not the question before the Senate is adoption of the Judiciary Committee amendment as explained by the senator from Morgan. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the committee amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2924, permitting the West Virginia Tourism Office to decide to contract with the Division of Highways to sell advertising space on the WV511 website. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill be advanced.
Engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 4129, relating to adoption. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 4141, requiring the Department of Administration to publish its comprehensive annual financial report by the end of December. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Government Organization moved to amend the bill.
Recognize the senior senator from the 6th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. The senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 4141 sets a firm deadline of December 31st for the Department of Administration to publish its comprehensive annual financial report. The amendment provides some flexibility for the Department of Administration with respect to the December 31st deadline. In circumstances where a particular agency fails to meet its reporting deadline, the Department would have 60 days after receiving the last agency report to submit the comprehensive annual financial report. The amendment was requested by the agency. I'll entertain questions. Otherwise, I urge adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Further discussion. Not the question before the Senate is adoption of the committee amendment as explained by the senior senator from the 6th. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the committee amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill will be advanced.
Engrossed House Bill 4179, recognition of emergency medical services personnel licensure interstate compact. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. Senator Trump moved to amend the bill by...
Recognize the senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Senator may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill, if adopted and passed into law, would codify interstate compact for emergency ambulance services and the professionals who work in that arena. The House bill actually passed through the committee without an amendment, but I got to just pause and commend the senator from Preston County, Mr. President, whose eagle eye noticed that the provisions of this act, this bill, are inconsistent with a bill that we passed, a section of code that the legislature passed 2 years ago. And so the amendment is simply a repealer. and it would repeal one section of code. It's Chapter 16, Article 4C, Section 8A, which was passed by the legislature in 2018, and which is would be inconsistent with the act if adopted. So I would urge the adoption of the amendment, the floor amendment.
Is there further discussion? We recognize Senator from Preston County.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge adoption of that amendment as explained by the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you, Charlie.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is adoption of the amendment as explained by the Senator from Morgan County. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not, the bill be advanced. Are there further bills on second reading?
No, sir.
Bills on first reading. Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered read a first time and advanced to second reading.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Introduction of guests. The Senator from Braxton County.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your honor, as well as the senior senator or the junior senator from Harrison County and myself, to recognize a group of folks from Harrison County, and they're on the Harrison County Farm Bureau. You know, all of us know that in rural communities, the Farm Bureau plays a real important role for farmers and landowners. They're instrumental in the agriculture business of our state, and they're a good go-to for anybody that's in the farming industry. So I'd like to introduce Bill Coffendaver, who is the president, Dan Werkert, and Bill Suwan, who are on the board. I believe they're in the North Gallery. If they would stand, then the Senate give them a warm welcome.
Further introductions. Further introductions. Remarks by members of the Senate. The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to weave three different things in together here today. And I'm going to try to be very, very quick about doing this as well. I've served 8 years in the House, and then I'm going to finish this year, 8 years in the Senate. I used to be a big believer in term limits, and I've come to a conclusion on something. And that is that the voters actually take care of the term limits itself. With that, I look around this chamber and see how many people, how many faces has changed that represent and it's a conclusion that comes hard for me for this matter, because you want to have new people in. But we got the senator from Marion, the senator from Kanawha that won't be coming back, that carry institutional knowledge that I have learned things from over the years. And that brings me to the next part of this, is that today's day 35. I'm certain those two gentlemen will agree that we're getting ready to move into the window of the legislative session where tempers flare, emotions get up a little bit. We've talked about this all in the past, and if you're relatively new to to this process, it's easy to get caught up and to misunderstanding what takes place. And that includes the people in the gallery, the people that watch us on live stream, even the press can misinterpret what goes on between us. And it's important that we recognize that upon ourselves as we move in and start doing these bills, and it gets frustrating for some, and there's jubilation for others. But we're here doing the work of the people. Now that leads me to the final point that I wanted to make. As I walked into this chamber today, and I think everybody knows full well that senior senator from the 16th and I have been adversaries many, many times on many issues. But when we walked in, or when I walked in, he came up and presented me with this prayer, I won't call it a scarf, but you called it something else, and every knit that was in this has a prayer associated with that. And it's a demonstration. First of all, I take all the prayers I can get, Mr. President, but it come from members of his church, and he gave that to me, and it's a demonstration to all of us that we can get after each other on the issues. That's okay. That's what we're here to do. But we're all brothers and sisters looking out for the 1.8 million people in the state of West Virginia here to represent. And I'm so proud of being a member of this body, and Senator, to the members of your church who did this for me, thank you very much. And I just thought that this is a good way to weave all three of those topics in together, be able to say thankful, but have that reminder that as we move forward here in the following 25 days of this session, there's going to be times that we don't look very good publicly. But I can tell you right now, behind the scenes, we are good. We're good to each other. And we care about each other, and it's been demonstrated by virtually every member of this body and staff as I've went through this ordeal of mine myself. So thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to make that statement.
Thank you. Are there further remarks? The Senator from Boone County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, I just want to talk briefly about black lung occupational pneumoconiosis. We have some former miners up here that have trouble getting around this big Capitol here and going up and down those steps due to their terrible lung function. Black lung, of course, is a restrictive airway disease. The more I see in my office, the less they're really able to get the benefits that they deserve. I'm seeing more and more black lung, and I'm sure the junior senator from the 17th will back me up on that. Whether we're taking more of the rock than just the coal, but anyway, these miners have stiff lungs, and a lot of the times we're measuring whether they get a benefit or not, a test that doesn't test for stiff lungs very much. It tests for obstructive airway disease more so. And then taking away the X-ray as evidence of black lung has also gone against their ability to have the black lung that they deserve. And folks, these are folks that have worked hard, have propped up our economy for years and years, provided electricity for the great progress over the past many decades. The other thing is, if you want to do economic development, if they get those benefits that they deserve, guess where they're going to spend them? They're going to spend them right here, right in our hometowns. So I think we need to look at these bills. I think we need to look about Senate Bill 632, clarifying the time limitation for filing. We need to look at the presumptive fact that if they've been in the coal mines a certain period of time, they have black lung. And then bringing back the X-ray as evidence for black lung. And so, again, I appreciate them coming up. I appreciate them talking and raising awareness in their communities. And I think we need to step up to the plate as well, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Further remarks? Further remarks? Senator from Marion County.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the senior senator from the 15th and the senator from Boone be printed in the Appendix Journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Further remarks? Miscellaneous business, the junior senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pending announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Are there announcements? The senator from Jefferson County.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Your Education Committee will meet in 451N immediately after Health Committee ends.
The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Finance will meet this afternoon, Committee Room 451M at 3 p.m., and the agenda's been posted.
Senator from Marshall County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Health will meet 15 minutes after this floor session, which would be at 1:45.
The location?
Thank you. Senate Finance, 451M.
Thanks. The senator from Wyoming County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Interstate Cooperation will meet tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. in the Senate Finance Room. Thank you.
The Senator from Morgan County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3 o'clock p.m. in room 208, West Wing.
The Senior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Government Organization will meet in 208 West 10 minutes after the conclusion of the health meeting or EIM, whichever comes later.
The Senator from Raleigh County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Workforce will meet tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. in 208 West.
The Senator from Tucker County.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Energy will meet 15 minutes after adjournment session in 208 West.
Further announcements, the Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to make one announcement or a clarification. The deadline for pre-approved bills to be submitted to bill drafting is this Thursday at 5 p.m. This allows all the bills to meet the Monday deadline, so I just wanted to clarify that announcement. Thank you.
Senator from Boone County.
Thank you. The Public Health Caucus will meet tomorrow at 9 a.m. in room 330, and the science of addiction will be the topic.
Thank you. Are there further announcements? Not. The question before the Senate is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the Senate adjourned until tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.